조용하군. 관리자 놈이 깨어나기 전까진 중본에 있을 테니 필요하면 부르도록. 파악강은 좋아하는 것 같다만 나는 이런 새파랗고 고요한 공간은 취향이 아니라서.
Hello everyone, my name is Hickey and event, right? Where? Gosh, I'm scared. We're already starting off with the funeral, okay. There's not a lot to this intro. A funeral was held for Martin and the LCE researchers today. I thought I'd seen more than my fair share of deaths throughout my journey with the sinners. But never before had I witnessed this many people gather in one place to mourn the deceased together. The unfamiliarity made me feel a bit out of place. Am I doing this right? Most of the sinners seem to be feeling that similar sense of being out of their element as well. Some of them were asking Mersault, apparently the most knowledgeable of them all, when it came to a funeral process and etiquette. All manner of questions for pointers. Expressing respect is the primary purpose. Hand placement and gesture are unimportant if that objective can be accomplished. Hey, where do I put this? Beneath the third pillar to the right. Can't any of you quit chattering for 1 second? Have you all forgotten the instruction to carry yourselves with solemn propriety that befits the occasion? Cut me some slack. I haven't been to funerals all that much. I mean, I did tell you to read the manual. I even underlined all the important parts for you. Sorry, Ishii. The wall of text was just too much for me. My focus started fizzling out from page 30 onwards. Hadn't every sinner here attended a funeral before? Back when you set foot in that grim manor in T-Corp? Ah! Oh gosh, it's too early for me to do the Dawn voice. Ah! Thou speakest of the funeral held in young Heathcliff's manor, dost thou not? The one bereft of the dead? I don't know. Bereft of the dead? I mean, someone had to have died, because there wouldn't have been a property dispute big enough to involve the Wi-Fi Association notarization otherwise. I've said this time and again, but it was just an intentional anonymity to prevent family strife. Intentional anonymity, is it? If the situation was indeed as thou sayest, then there was no helping it, forsooth. Yet 'tis a pity that the dead wasn't named at their own funeral. Catherine! The name of the deceased was... It was Catherine's funeral. She was very dear to Heathcliff. I have thoroughly reviewed the past 5 years' worth of local newspapers pertaining to the manor, yet no such name relevant to the case was identified, manager. It's fine, Clockhead. At least I remember. That's good enough, innit? It had to be the Golden Bow's influence. Somewhere along the way, everyone's memories of the event at Wuthering Heights had become warped. The sinners seemed to think that the Golden Bow, or Bow, I don't even remember anymore, had always been there in the manor, and that Nellie was coaxed into stealing it by Herman. Linton in their minds was now a grieving brother who had been conducting research for his dead sister's sake. Nobody questioned it. Not Don Quixote, not Faust. Every single sinner believed the twisted version of the memory as if it was a proven fact. Heathcliff and I gave up trying to correct them. Instead, we just check in on each other's memories every now and then. Because if there's something that he and I realized, it was that anything tied to Catherine had already been painted over. Every detail glided and glossed over with the glow of the bow. The point is, how should I put this? The circumstances of that funeral didn't exactly leave us much room to properly express our condolences back then. Between Heathcliff running on a rampage and that Hindley guy bent on interfering with the execution of the will, I assumed that sort of impediment was pretty common stuff for funerals, but apparently not, huh? No, well, I think it's actually rare to see a place that follows proper funeral procedures. I've traveled around quite a bit myself, but I can't confidently say that I've ever been to a legitimate funeral. The one at Wuthering Heights was one of the more proper funerals, if only for pretending to have a process. They at least prepared a coffin and even had a formal reading of the will. It seems funerals are far from being everyday custom in the city. Funerals are considered a rather extravagant practice here as well. Corporations are not eager to grant time-offs just because an irrelevant someone has died, and the price of real estate seldom makes it viable to buy land and erect memorial houses on it. Then, what other options do people usually have? We used to just leave them where they died, and after one night's sleep, the bodies were gone, just like that. Better than paying loads of money to bury them somewhere just to have that stir up a load of daft rumors, eh? Rumors? You know, rumors about there being valuables buried with the bodies, or an arm being some fancy prosthesis, all that rot. Better to let the dead go in peace than to bury them in the grave just for some sods to later desecrate it. In Hongwen, people tend to set up graves if they have enough room to spare. Of course, there wasn't a guarantee they wouldn't lose the burial room by the next restructuring day. Hohenheim scoffed and hung his head. I do not know that word. OTO's foolishness, all of it. Comforting the soul of the departed, another mendacity. All those funerals so carelessly squandered, all for the purpose of furnishing the living with a fragile excuse to cling on. Are those words from his heart or just something said to convince himself? Whichever was the truth, I couldn't see the look on his face with his head tucked so low. The funeral didn't last long. It was just a brief moment of silence, followed by a few quick goodbyes that were shorter still. The ceremony came to a close once Alyssa, who was still in recovery, came to pay her final respects. The flames devoured the coffins of Martin and the other researchers, announcing the end of their existence with a crackle of firewood. So, I suppose you'll be leaving now. Oh, we're staying until Gregor's stable enough to travel. Dante says we'll remain here until Gregor's condition settles. Gregor came to his senses again a few days after his unforeseen metamorphosis in the battle against the Thumbner's father, Valentina! He was given a checkup and Hohenheim said there is no cause for concern. Physically, that is. Psychological assessment turned up disastrous to say the least. Gregor was declared unfit for combat deployment for the time being. So you won't be leaving just yet. Good to know. Then I assume you'll be okay with us borrowing Sinclair for a while? Me? Yes, you. The LCE wants to look into the sign you manifested to Sinclair. The higher-ups didn't waste a second greenlighting the project, which means what I'm telling you is more a notice of investigation rather than a request for permission. Huh? What investigation? What are you... It's just a rather rudimentary instance of human experimentation. Calm yourself. Human experimentation? Did you really have to put it like that, boss? Not to worry, Sinclair. A swipe or two on your skin and maybe some talk therapy. That's all there is to it. Of course, if we had your consent, the avenues of research would be vastly... No, I'm not giving you my consent. For your reference, the other departments have also submitted some quite enthusiastic requests for research and observational purposes. Oh, you have no idea. We had to get boss to fend up the LCA's Mirror World Observatorium department and their hissy fits. They wanted to be the first ones to get their hands on you and spearhead the research, you see. And had we allowed them, they'd have kept you for a good few months before letting you go. So the least you could do to thank us is be a good boy and cooperate. Just in time. Our researchers are here. Alyssa waved at the researchers who are filling out the funeral hall after paying their respects. It wasn't long before Sinclair found himself surrounded on all sides. Wait, I'm perfectly capable of walking there on my own, so just don't run any painful tests on me. Of course. Stay strong, Sinclair. All I could do was to offer an unspoken encouragement to Sinclair, who sounded ready to collapse into a full-blown panic at any minute. What about you? Not going with them? Oh, it's back to the long-term recovering ward for me. I always thought scientific research was the one thing that flamed my passion, but with the recent events having introduced me to the merits of paid sick leave, I realized that time off beats research projects in my book, marginally. Enjoy it while it lasts. I highly suspect that every request for PTO submitted by our department will be rejected for the rest of the year. Well, it's true your average corporation doesn't give more than a week off a year. As soon as Alyssa trudged off with her dragging steps, the researcher seized Sinclair and carried really him away. Alright, we should get going too. Oh, do y'all have somewhere else to be? Well, I thought I'd go visit Gregor. I'm worried about him. Got something I said I'd help with. Gotta be there for it. I'm going with Sinclair to get some rest. But he just got dragged away. Also to keep an eye on the researchers to stop them if they try anything fishy with the experiments. Oh, okay, that makes sense. I'll you know later if you need anything, Dante. Listeners fanned out in different directions. They seem to have their own errands to run during our stay at the LCE. Everyone's busy with their own thing. Hi. The only ones keeping me company now were Roshu, who'd been filling the air around with thick cigarette smoke, and Don Quixote, who was sniffing and asking around at every corner for Vespa in a valiant quest for the new color fixer's whereabouts. Faust was still here too, staring blankly into the air. Is she assessing the Gesellschaft? You seem to have some time to spare, manager. As I stood there wondering what I should do next to pass the time, Hohenheim, who had apparently finished tackling and signing the stack of papers, walked over to me. This makes things rather convenient. There's something I had intended to discuss with you, Ensign Ryoshu, a matter that requires your assistance. What kind of assistance? WKOA, says CH. Wait a minute, did Yosha just step in as my interpreter? It's not that I don't appreciate her gesture, it's just especially since she'd usually snap at me and tell me to find someone else to interpret whenever the issue came up. Oh my gosh. The only time Ryoshu ever did that was when Honglu was in her body. Oh my gosh, this is literally her first time. Yay! Character development, kind of. But I can't help but doubt whether her choice method of interpretation actually accomplishes anything. There is, I must admit, a certain novelty in witnessing the reconstitution of that which requires interpretation into yet another linguistic form equally demanding of it. It would seem we are indeed of more manpower. Scratching his head, Hohenheim looked around for a moment before coming to a sudden pause, as though an idea had crossed his mind. At the end of his gaze was a certain someone who was busy badgering LCCA employees with her relentless questioning. Who else, pray, might know where he is, if thou knowest not? Now listen closely. The one I seek is a bearer of hair fashion in likeness of a bull. You there, why don't you join us too? Dost thou speak of me? The LCCA personnel who were cornered by Don Quixote and her rather forceful interrogation regarding Vespa's whereabouts took the opportunity and fled the scene without so much as a backward glance the moment their captor turned her head to answer Hohenheim. Indeed, there's a task that requires your assistance. Oh my god, it's past the message. So we went from TikTok, Sangria, to Old English. But I have yet more words to trade with the most noble yellow harpoon. You seek to emulate the virtue of chivalry. Does that entail turning down the earnest plea of those in need? Aye. For the sake of clarity and distinction, it would be prudent to assign you a different identifier from that of my assistant. You are to be number 2. That is, assistant number 2. I have not yet concluded mine exchange with the yellow harpoon, but no true knight would abandon those who call for aid. Pray, speak thy quest. How may I be of service to thee? Delegating the interpretation of the manager's speech to Sinner number 4 has proven to be counterproductive. As such, your task will be to report to me what the manager says. Oh, that is indeed a simple task. However, this KOA eluded my understanding as well. Really allow me to ask but a little time to uncover its mystery. Relay the manager's words, not Senator Yoshu's. It would be awful if they had to do that. Faust is right here! They're asking you what kind of assistance you need. The request for interpretation was not directed to you, but I cannot deny that your meddling in the present circumstance is a welcome one. It was simply that the irrationality and inefficiency of your suboptimal staffing choice and workflow have become sufficiently unbearable. Faust hopes this was not some guileful scheme devised to elicit false cooperation. In any case, manager, this request of mine concerns an investigation into the back doors located in the House of Spiders. I deem that the two of you should be the ones most familiar with the structure and layout of the house. After all, you are the one monitoring the entirety of the 5-prong assault operation, and Centerforce's familiarity does not bear repeating. Do we go to the House of Spiders right away? HOSRA. You have assisted enough. Perhaps you could help Faust. Sure. Although not word for word, Faust relayed my intention to Hohenheim, who responded by shaking his head. Not immediately, no. There's one more member you should bring along. One more member? Seeing me tilting my head, Hohenheim pushed up his glasses. The apprentice who was captured alive in the House of Spiders. Kira. She has regained consciousness. Yo, Kira! Girly pop! Who was sliced in half, unfortunately. Actually, I do want to try to get the announcer. I don't know if the announcer, what do you call this? The announcers have a different color. It's around the same rate of an ego, so there should be a chance, maybe? Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go for it. Hold on. Why is it brown?
이거 하면 내 만화책 진짜 돌려주는 거 맞지? 너 분명 그 안경 걸고 나랑 약속했다. 좋아, 그 전투 테스팅 뭔가 하는 거 구경이나 해보자. 좀 치고받고 싸우는 거라도 보면 덜 지루하겠지.
Ask and I shall receive. Rodion. Oh my gosh.
최고 야만적이라고 할 땐 언제고 왜들 이렇게 무능력대?
Hi.
화나기라도 한 것처럼.
Ask and indeed I shall receive. Oh my gosh. At the same time too? Yo, okay, that was a good pull. Okay, I'm good. I'm good. Okay, back to the thing. Okay, wait. Do I have to organize? Bonus units is... Okay, I think I'm good for now. Survivor girl! I really didn't expect Kira to come. Anyway, the place Hohenheim let us look less like a recovery ward and more like an interrogation chamber. Though every single medical equipment is installed around seem to be state-of-the-art. This place looks well equipped. Probably a direct order from upper management. Although technologies to restore lost body parts are common enough in the city, a facility of this kind is required to preserve the original form of her lower body and the reconstruction process while keeping the cost reasonable. Reasonable, huh? Do I want to ask how expensive the other options are if this counts as reasonable? A windowless room thick with the sharp scent of medicine and chemicals. Kira was... Oh, hi! Oh, she's wearing a sports bra. I assume it's a sports bra. It looks like one. Kira was sitting on the bed at the corner of the room, kicking her feet as she regarded us. For someone recovering from bisection, she didn't look much different from how she'd appeared when I'd seen her through the center's shared vision. Hi, girly pop. She was captured alive for the extraction of information, yes? How far along is the process of extraction? It hasn't yet begun, actually. We are waiting until lines of information that warrant questioning can be isolated. So far, all available personnel have been fully engaged in analyzing the documents and items discovered in the House of Spiders. Then what you even doing here? There is work to be done contingent upon information obtainable only from a recent inhabitant of the House of Spiders. And following a discussion with the upper management, I've decided to put you to use as the company had originally intended. No TV, no comic books, just a super prickly glare on a cold shoulder whenever I ask for something to pass the time. I don't know how to voice her. And now you suddenly need my help, huh? Give me one reason I should cooperate. Hohenheim didn't so much as twitch an eyebrow at Kira's fighting tone. He merely gave her a nod with a steely, imperturbable expression. I didn't ask for your help. Put you to use, I believe is what I said. What? Your survival is not incidental. It is the result of calculation. The company anticipates a potential profit by keeping you alive. Expected gain, as the term goes. Without such a forecast on the company's part, it would have already been disposed of. The upper management consists of people who would be disinclined to tolerate the daily maintenance and depreciation costs of this room, even at half their current numbers. Which brings us to our next point. Should you insist on maintaining this uncooperative attitude, the company may decide to convene a meeting to reassess your worth, or shall we say, lack thereof, in its projected income statement. Well, suffice to say that such a reassessment would skew heavily against your favor. The outcome would be a recommendation for immediate disposal. Hohenheim always had a way with words that could prickle and sting. But with Kira, it almost felt as if he traded the usual thorn off for a sharper knife, intent on twisting it where it hurt. I'm dead meat as soon as my usefulness runs out anyway. It's not like you're gonna let me live, not after I killed a bazillion of your guys. Did you really kill a bunch of them? So you anticipated some form of a corporate-level retaliatory response against your person. That is indeed a curious line of reasoning. And I must tell you that, unlike your typical backstreet syndicate such as the Middle, corporate entities of the city tend to avoid choices that may incur losses. The value of the information that can be extracted from an apprentice of the Middle, and the combat prowess honed under the tutelage of a great brother of the Middle. These two considerations are likely what increased your value in the eyes of the company. Ha! Y'all got zero self-respect, huh? You should consider yourself fortunate. Huh? The heck are you on about? Other companies will not solicit your I can't read, it's morning. Your cooperation by means of verbal exchange. Your interrogator would simply open your cranium, harvest your brain, and extract any and all necessary information without going through intermediary steps such as this. Even without resorting to such methods, the range of available means to compel the disclosure of information is practically limitless. Truth serums, hypnotic suggestions, electrical shocks and stimulations, and of course procedures utilizing distortions and abnormalities. That being said, the LCE department prefers to distance itself from such uncivilized approaches that may entail complications and after effects. Ugh. I hope that we share a similar predilection. You're so freaking annoying, you know that, mister? The feeling is entirely mutual. Leaving the biting chill of his threats to sink in, Hohenheim turned toward the exit. Give her some push and bring her along. I don't quite seem to be myself today. No, disregard that. That too was a rather foolish thing to say. I'll defer this matter to you, manager. Work of this sort likely falls more within your capabilities than my own. And with that, Hohenheim stepped out of the room, leaving me to deal with Kira. His reaction was understandable. The LCE had only just finished laying its dead researchers to rest. Kira was probably the last person anyone would want to face right now, much less speak to. What should I even say to persuade her? Huh? I was so cut in thought when someone quite unexpectedly made her way to Kira. Yoshihide? You. Heard you got stabbed in the back by Matthias. That's not true. Papa wasn't landing a fatal blow unless he cut through me too. That's why he did exactly that, to aim for the enemy's head. Besides, he made the right choice. A little sacrifice ain't a thing in family. Huh. Family. Coming from him, a middle mutt thrown out of his kennel. Doesn't it sound ridiculous even to you? Thrown out? That fucker Matthias was a GB only by technicality. He fucked up badly. He was still family by name, but underneath it, everyone hoped he'd disappear quietly on his own. He was that family member nobody wanted around. Same treatment for me, being his brat. Not surprising it's the ST for the bowl cut too. Same taste? Oh, wrong, young Roshu. Could it be that thou dost harbor a passionate zeal for I quickly clapped a hand over Don Quixote's mouth as she smoothly chimed into the conversation. So what exactly is your point? The point is you're taking too long. If you can't decide whether you want to live or die, I can shorten the hesitation. CQ, or I'll sink right this instant. What does that mean? Cooperate quietly, or I'll snap your neck completely right this instant! Woo! Sink isn't such a bad way to go if you're keen on taking that loyalty act straight to the grave. This is so crappy. Whatever, I get it, okay? I'll talk if that's what you want so bad. That actually worked! Thank you, Roshu! Extras that go out in a blaze of glory aren't actually the strong ones. It's the ones who survive. The ones who live to see another day and keep getting stronger. Anyway, Yoshihide, what's up with you talking in weird-ass abbreviations? Like, saying... That's so random. Who even says that? Yoshi didn't bother to reply and simply chewed on the mouth end of her cigarette. She doesn't remember. She doesn't remember. But is this really the right call? To her, we're probably people she needs to settle the score with. As if. Half her tattoos are gone, Clock. They even confiscated her book. You think the middle sorry excuse for loyalty means so much for this stray that she'd bite us? Besides, no. Better hear it from her instead. Hey, tell me why Matthias kicked the bucket. That's cause Papa was weaker than y'all. Yeah, you're the jerk's brat, alright. Kira pushed herself up from the bed with a sour face. At least she didn't argue back. And we called Hohenheim, who'd been waiting outside, back in. I assumed the prisoner was successfully persuaded. Come, you'll find your weapon on the table. You may use it in the event of an emergency. What the hell? I can't even unsheath it! You won't be able to use it without authorization. The code has been slightly adjusted. Now then, let's head to the House of Spiders at once. The back door is up and waiting for us. We made our way to the House of Spiders, with Kira trailing behind us, looking like she was smelling something particularly fishy on us. The vibes for this event is so different. Like, it doesn't feel like an event. It feels like a direct continuation. Like, I know that all the events are like literally, what do you call this? Are canon, and they're all connected to the cantos. But like, this feels like it can't just be self-contained. Like, House Chicken, for example, you can just like live it up to a cooking event. Or Spring Cultivation, that's just like, I mean, of course you need some context from Kanto 7 and Kanto 8 on how on like how and who, not how, who Jashichun is. But this feels like direct. You cannot like, you know, like it has a certain vibe to it. Oh. Okay, different team now. Let me bring in Kira.
이거 하면 내 만화책
Yep, they're all here. And then who?
내가 필요해?
Roria. I don't have enough tickets. Hold on. Alright, so I uptied and leveled her up. I just need to... Do I want to bring Otis? Oh, she's level 1. Never mind. Who else is a ring apprentice? Oh. Duh. Okay. Nilshu... Sure, I'll bring her Walpurgis.
녹슨
전시 준비는 완.
떨림. 내 작품.
전시 준비.
떨림.
대상 확인했어.
오케이. 이럴 것 같아서 대기 타고 있었지.
대상. 부름이라면
There, that's my
채워지지
team.
않을 공허를 남겨주지.
Mostly House of Spiders. Only a few days has passed since our last visit, but the place looked markedly different from what we remembered. The sight of the hollow, frigid atmosphere and the endless stretch of corridors hadn't changed. But Callisto's so-called artworks were now covered in white sheets, and unfamiliar devices were affixed all around the back doors. Prithee, who might those people thither be? W. Looks like some shady bastards moved in already. Our guarded reaction prompted Hohenheim to step forward and gesture to one of the oddly dressed figures. It seems introductions are in order for both sides. This is team leader Ellen from Wayfarer Company, who will be working with us on the investigation into the house's back doors. Wayfarer Company? A corporate entity partnered with Limbus Company, responsible for providing portal technology. It has on prior occasion been referred to as the new or aspirant W Corp, though the name is an unofficial one. Oh my gosh, I was going through the, what do you call this? The bulk gag, and we were literally talking about how would W like fit in with Limbus. This makes so much sense.
Also, wait, if they're taking the place of W Corp, that means they will change their name?
No, I don't think so. I think it will still stay W Corp. It's just that it's gonna be the new W Corp. Like how there's an OG Corp and a new G Corp.
I mean Limbus Company. Would Limbus Company change their name then?
Working on Limbus Company. There we go. Works at Limbus Company. There, that's with the W. Our employees also have taken to calling you the new L Corp, something we have in common given that we're both chasing after the same horizon. Ah, I remember that company vying to take W Corp's place, right? The same horizon. He's probably talking about getting recognized as a wing. After all, the old L Corp has already fallen, while W Corp, from what I've heard, is free falling at this point. Oh my gosh. You know what? The Bokgak for the what do you call this? For the checkup really was a good refresher. Oh my gosh. This is so good. And these are the manager and centers of the LCB department, our field operations unit, frequently deployed to deal with on-site matters firsthand. They have more personnel, but the rest are tied up with other duties elsewhere. Only a handful will be joining in this investigation effort. I understand. Field operation units are almost always understaffed anyway. The support you have provided is more than sufficient. Alan gave... Oh! You have a face! Alan gave an understanding nod. The man slipped off his bulky helmet before extending his hand in greeting. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's Alan, leader of Door Breach Team 4. Likewise! Before Foss could even relay my reciprocal greeting, words spilled out of Alan's mouth in a strangely uneven rhythm, as if my ticking didn't bother him at all, like he was sticking to a script he had rehearsed. I've heard great things about you, Manager Dante of Limbus Company, and the buses team's performance. You capitalized on the suppression of distortions at T-Corp as leverage to push your products, and the profits were nothing short of staggering, I heard. Oh yeah, we're supposed to be distortion resolving specialists to the public, but what's that product part about? The manager says it was merely a matter of luck. They also look forward to working with you on this task. Fast? That's not what I said, but okay. Oh, are you the interpreter? In that case, I'll be sure to consult the manager only when both of you are available. Sure. Faust didn't seem particularly pleased with the role Alan had pinned on her, but she nodded anyway. She quietly came to my side and answered my earlier question while Alan? I really pronounce it like, what do you call this? What was that song called? I don't remember. Well, Alan carried on with Hohenheim. He was referring to the monolith. Oh, He is referring to the monolith sales project. The credit was attributed to the LCB at the express request of Mr. Hubert, T Corp's executive director. Oh, so that's how the rumor spread, huh? We reviewed the agreements. Now I understand you'll be assisting in verifying what lies beyond the back doors. I'd appreciate it if you could share any prior knowledge you have about where these back doors connect, as detailed as you can make them if you don't mind. Hohenheim fixed Kira with a pointed look. Though Kira responded by defiantly cocking her head in a show of irritation, she still gave up a sliver of information she had. Honestly, I've got pretty much nothing if it's about Robo-Ankh in his room. I mean, I've seen Albina hit up that door and the other one over there when she was popping out to farm stuff, but... Farm? Oh, it's, gathering material. I see. What kind of material? Human guts and all that. She'd come back hauling piles of them. So they're probably connected to some backstreets area. The backstreets, Any more details? Can you stop prying? You're low-key pissing me off. Oops. What? That's literally all I got for real. For a moment, Alan leveled Kira with a stiff expression. Oh! And even before I could register what had happened, Kira's head jerked to the side from a sudden punch by Alan. I thought Kira was nimble enough to dodge a surprise attack easily, but this one seemed to have caught her completely off guard. She stood there blinking, eyes round in rude surprise. Actually, it wasn't that he caught her off guard. It was the motion of the punch itself that somehow felt off. The fist being raised, the arm being extended, the blow making contact. The chain of actions was there, but it just didn't look normal. Did you just hit me? What the hell's wrong with... As Kira reeled from the unexpected strike, Don Quixote spoke up in a cold, sharp tone. Thou, what manner of discourtesy is this? With all that whining, I thought the brat could use a lesson to remind her of her place. I had no intention of damaging your company asset, of course. I simply assumed the level of warning would not be inappropriate in this case. Team leader Alan. That sort of conduct may not be an issue in your organization, but it is here. Should it happen again, do you understand that we may choose to terminate today's joint agreement without delay? My apologies. I'll keep that in mind going forward. Alan stood down without arguing back, but Kira looked far from satisfied with how Hohenheim handled the situation. He gets to sock me in the face and walk off scot-free? So freaking annoying! Fortunately enough, her grumbling didn't escalate into her lashing out on Alan. That punch just now, though, what was that? It exhibited a behavior that defied the standard laws of physics. Presumably a form of technology utilized by Wayfarer Company. Let us resume the task at hand. Senator Roshu, give Manager Ellen whatever information you have. That door should lead to one of the ring-protected turfs. The other two on the left, I remember they were marked with an X painted with blood. But H and I, where they actually lead, it's all blurry. It seems so that's all the information we can provide. Will that suffice? We now know that the doors lightly connect to a perceivable area. That's already a big improvement in terms of intel for Wayfarer Company's backdoor mapping progress. Which means there's less chance of us encountering a space beyond human perception past those doors. Alright then, I'll proceed with connection verification. Which doors shall we test first? We'll start with the one Senator Roshu mentioned. Ha! You don't trust me at all, huh? And why even bring me along? Ignoring Kira's jab, Alan began setting up various devices on the door, and soon an elegant white door opened before us. Shall we? Art thou joining us as well, young Hohenheim? Just this once. There are procedures for handing over field operations. Okay, let's see what's in there. What the? Is this some kind of wildlife exhibit? It's the Fauvist exhibition. The moment we stepped in, the lights hit us all at once, drawing squints and frowns from the sinners. Thanks to my lack of physical eyes, I can make out a room filled with statues, or perhaps taxidermied animals. It felt like a gallery of sorts, but it was so quiet that the air itself seemed to carry a strange, somber weight. After a moment, someone shattered the silence, but it wasn't Don Quixote, our usual suspect. Holy shit, the scale is just insane! That's the whale from In Association Great Lakes Special Issue! Kira, who'd seemed beaten down all along, exclaimed with a bit more energy in her voice. Man, seeing it in real life sure hits different. And the Indigo Elder Soul one-shots these monsters with that harpoon of his, huh? It's a Great Lake whale. Doesn't look like the one we've encountered, though. Organisms of various sources can be identified here. Singularity-modified, outskirts-born. They look almost alive. They're not, right? No, they're not, duh. Though Robo-Unk did say that the ring has these zoos where they put monsters on display alive. Man, this would have been way more fun if we could see the moving ones. Everything here's dead. Meh. Still looks crazy sick, though. The vibe really hits. Even though she was trying to play it cool, Kira kept sneaking glances at the massive horn display off to the side, clearly surprised in a way she couldn't hide. That said, I felt a distinct shortage of hyperactivity, given the presence of a certain someone in our party. Don Quixote? The eye of a second kindred, of House Tepes. What is it doing here? At the mention of the word kindred, I couldn't help but follow Don Quixote's gaze. Opposite the whale was another kind of exhibit. It contained items leaning on the more gruesome side of things, starting with a crimson eyeball that caught Don Quixote's attention, and the body parts like hands and bones that look as though they have been stripped from the human body. It's a gallery of the School of Fauvism, probably a main studio, at that to which comes with a maestro's atelier and an auction house. Alan, we'll be making our exit shortly. Prepare to initiate lockdown sequence. Before Hohenheim could even finish his urgent transmission, numerous footsteps closed in from somewhere nearby. Hi! Turning toward the sound of shoes clacking on the floor, we found strange figures wearing animal masks staring directly at us. That presence, it's kinda like Papa's. Ain't no way, that's not a raid boss we can clear at our level. We gotta get out of here! It's not that simple. Retreating is not a viable solution here. This door is connected to the House of Spiders. Escaping without installing a security system will invite pursuit. We must stall them until Alan is ready to initiate the lockdown sequence. Ooh! Interesting music! As tension thickened, one of the strangers who wore a peculiar bone mask stepped forward. The voice that spoke to us carried equal part curiosity and delight. You came through that door. Then the house's fall wasn't just a baseless rumor. A stray little spiderling falling from her parents' web. How many years has it been? You. Who are you? Ah, right. It makes sense that you would fail to recognize me. I used to wear a different mask back when I used to visit you as your tutor, didn't I? Oh well, if memory serves right. Yes, that must have been when I was quite captivated by the sensation of tearing into the raw, still thrashing flesh of living prey, and the predator's ferocious yet cavernously resonant howling. Rings a bell. You're that maestro whose whole lesson was a 3-hour sermon praising the intensity of primary colors and the strength of living creatures. Benoit, was it? That's right, Emily Benoit. I do not know if I'm pronouncing these names correctly, forgive me. And they say you can hatch a phoenix from a chicken's egg. Doesn't always apply, I see. Looks like that mind of yours is still sly as a raven, unlike your nurse father's. Tch, don't presume. I only remember you because the tactility of hides and guts made for a passable AW. At first glance, it looked like Roshi was casually taking a trip down memory lane with the maestro, but I had a feeling she was, in fact, dragging this out on purpose to buy us time. That lockdown sequence thing, how much longer till it's ready? Young Hohenheim, the lockdown sequence! Don Quixote, who had been shooting the ring members an incensed glare sparked by the discovery of a kindred's eye, swiftly relayed my words to Hohenheim without even a hint of her earlier shenanigans. I'm afraid the progress and speed of the lockdown sequence lies in Alan's hands, not mine. It is by its nature a time-consuming work. We cannot expect haste. Perhaps that does make this a suitable juncture to trial Plan A. Plan A? Any suggestions that involve Don Quixote removing her shoes will not be dignified with a serious discussion. Instead, maybe what Hohenheim had in mind had nothing to do with Don Quixote's shoes, because he opened his mouth as though he was about to retort to Fal's categorical rejection. But the moment he followed Fal's eyes and he saw what she was looking at, he quietly shut his mouth and said nothing further. Faith in potentiality is not something I dislike. As for this, however, the scenes were like grasping at straws. At the end of their gaze was Roshu's blade, Arayashiki. I was going to try using it anyway. I've long wanted to see if a maestro's death is any different. Telling him that we're just leaving won't work, will it?
No, it won't. Every individual present here would be quite the fascinating specimen to the artists of the ring. We are practically a windfall of inspiration and material that has so conveniently been delivered to them. Is it improbable that they will allow us to turn unharmed? Foster's right. She and Hohenheim are geniuses, and Rush is the wielder of the Arayashiki. Don Quixote is a kindred of a higher generation, and I happen to house a golden bow in my head. I have no idea how much information the ring has on us. But even if they had knew nothing, they wouldn't let us go easily. Are you sure about this, Russia? Doesn't matter if I'm SAT or not, Clock. Think of that woman as Lei Hung, and do as you did in HC's mansion. I'll take care of the rest. Right, that's probably our best shot. What Ryoshu meant was quite clear. Resonate with the golden bow, secure an advantage to fight on equal footing, and catch them off guard by slowing down the flow of time. A cut from the Arayashiki, even if it doesn't give us a real fighting chance, might at least stall the maestro long enough to give us the time to get away. I'm having a hard time reading, oh my goodness. This floor of the exhibit only houses submissions from the students and docents. But if you look closely enough, there are some passable ones that show the promise of excellence. And above all, this is the gallery of the School of Fauvism. And mine, the gallery of Emile Benoit. Which is why I would have preferred to take you without an unnecessary fight, if possible. A shame. Still, we're talking about a unique relic here. A masterless one at that. Acquiring the Arayashiki makes it worth the cost. If you want a taste... Oh no, she can't unsheath it! Confusion flickered across Roshu's face as she tried to unsheath her blade. She can't! What's the matter? How? The lock on the House of Spiders used to bind the Arayashiki no longer exists, so why? Why can't I draw the blade? Now that is unexpected. So the rumors of you mastering that relic, were they false? The maestro only gave a loose swing of her arm, but it was enough to make Ryoshi recoil. A shadow of surprise crossed her face. The wound looked nothing more than a light gash, yet the maestro's contemplative gaze shifted between the blood on Ryoshi's arm and her own as though the attack had been an experiment to prove a hypothesis. It wasn't hard to guess what she was thinking. Noticed, did you? I had my doubts from the moment I saw you today. Was the House of Spiders a success or a failure? Tell me, Yoshihide, what do you think a serpent's defining strength is? What are you on about now? Ask any student and they'll give the same predictable answers. The deadly venom, the sleek scales. Why, it's lamentably disappointing. The maestro advanced toward us with an assured certainty. Then seized a beige thread dangling from the ceiling. No, calling it a mere thread would be wrong. It was something that resembled a thread, yet felt much more disturbing. I, for one, have a particular liking for the jaw and the spine. The flexibility of the spine, linked like a chain, and the jaw, bound not by bone but by ligaments that allow this animal to swallow its prey whole. Perhaps I should have said that I admire their structural refinement. The thrice-coiled ring on her ring finger gave off cold glint, and the walls and the ceiling suddenly began to echo with the sickening squelch and crack of flesh and bones assembling. What the hell is that? Which brings me to ask, what better way to claim this delivery of promising material with a single bite than a work of art fashioned from a snake? The maestro plunged her arm into the long serpentine body of a monster. Her sheer presence radiated a pressure as oppressive as that of the nurse fathers, only more primal and untempered. Consider it a privilege. This is the first time this piece has ever been exhibited to an outsider. Hohenheim, is the lockdown sequence still not ready? 1 minute to go. Step aside! The attack from the Ego Gear Hohenheim hastily brandished didn't even last a moment. The weapon was knocked from his hand. Oh my gosh! Hastily scrambled to equip the sinners with their identity. Something abruptly stopped the beast like appendage slowly midway through its hurtling motion. Oh my god, she looks so cute here! Wait, screenshot. And the one, oh my god, Kira! And the one who intercepted the blow. Shit! Was Kira struggling to push back against the serpentine? Oh my gosh, it's big! Push back against the serpentine arm with her still sealed blades. Kira! Did she suddenly have a change of heart I wasn't aware of? Shit. This wasn't the plan at all. Obviously not. She couldn't have changed her mind that quickly, because the look on her face couldn't be anything other than that of utter regret. The middle. For someone who doesn't seem to be a proper member, you've inked quite the quantity of tattoos on it to yourself. You must be the new kid Matthias took in. Why do you stand in my way? Fucked if I know. I'm already regretting it, alright? Damn it, they're definitely gonna ditch me here. Why did I even... Must be instinct taking over. Couldn't fully shake off the opponent's killing instinct, so the body chose to clash head-on. So the behavior facet of the psyche can be controlled with a suitable training. Unexpected data, but useful to be sure. Shut it, mister! Quit yapping and let me use my blades! Authorized and ready. Lifting locks, now! Kira's thermal weapons emerged from their sheaths with a metallic clang. She used the recoil of the motion to skid back and assume a defensive stance. Naturally, that broke Benoit's arm from the deadlock as well. The maestro lashed out again with that monstrous limb, but... Huh? 'Tis a foul injustice to strike against an unprepared opponent in a duel. Behold, for I shall allow thee a glimpse of the badass form that only the most renowned of fixers have displayed through the ages. Seeing an opening, Don Quixote slammed into the arm with her full might, knocking off its trajectory. Predictably, however, the sheer force of Maestro's attack instantly reduced her to a red sludge of flesh and bone, sending her remains crashing into the door. Ready to initiate lockdown sequence. I will seal the door immediately upon your exit. Everyone to the door. Faust retrieved the organic remnants of Sinner 3. As Faust made her exit with what was once Don Quixote, the silence of the ring surrounded Kira, barring her way out. A hollow chuckle slipped out of her lips. Called it for real. This is exactly why I didn't want to get involved. Taking Kira back with us would mean having a sizable force of the ring trail right behind her through the door. Kira too seemed to have realized the risk that no one in their right mind would want to take. She lowered her head in defeat, as though she knew full well the fate that awaited her. I'm such a dumbass. Was I thinking diving in like that? You, don't just stand there, get over here now. Huh? But these guys are gonna come flooding in if I... You, TTM, want to get cleaved in half again? You pin this on me later. You're gonna pay. Blocking the maestro's arm by a hair as it came down on her again, Kira hurled herself toward the door with every bit of strength she could muster. More than a few students rushed in through the doorway, chasing after the sinners who had gone in ahead, but... Lockdown sequence complete. All backdoor links have been cut. Fortunately, Alan managed to sever the connection between the two back doors before the maestro could cross over. Bull cut. Think you can still use your arms? I'm fine, so she says. Kira would be a strong enough addition to fight for us, but the ring members that have managed to cross formed a rather sizable force. Firing them off with just the sinners I have at my side would not be the best course of action. In that case, guys, I assume you're all available right now? As soon as I call out to the sinners, their voices come through Hohenheim's radio one after another. Huh? I guess so. Ready for your order, executive manager. I, Otis, am prepared to answer your call whenever and wherever. Hang on, I just need to finish this fight. Everyone to me. Malkuth! 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 Holy crap, that is so cool.
요새 게임 말곤 할 게 없어서 그런가 자꾸 대기 타게 된단 말이지. 해결사
Okay,
영상 좀 비슷한 느낌도 있고.
Wait, is Kira? Kira's actually with us! Double the Kira! Yo! Okay.
호, 제 행. 그렇다.
Uh-oh. Why did you lose?
짜증나게. 이거 완전 삼촌들이랑 공연대 같았어. 결정. 해보. 좋아.
Wait, I wonder if Kira's.
적인 전략. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시
She's on our side.
느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
Wait, is it the same Kelly Badass getting disemboweling? Oh wait, no, it's not the same. She has another skill that Ishmael doesn't have. Also this one, like the Pride skill and the Wrath skill. This one's Wrath, this one's Pride, okay. She's level 65. Dude, this is amazing! Crap.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가. 무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했고. 탕.
Oh, they also changed the background. I just realized that. Yo, this is so cool.
이 정도쯤은.
How many are there? Okay, there's 10.
하고들 시간이다. 잔우에.
Ooh, okay.
짜증나게. 방금은 진짜 얼었는데.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께
Nice shot.
무덤으로 돌아가라.
엄마는 무기라는
Yo, Kira! Kira with the aura.
제일 뛰어난 게 검이었구나.
Excuse my voice.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길은
Hi, Araya.
여전히 그 끝이
Why did you ban
보이지
mommy from?
멀고
Why did you ban Russia?
멀고 하고들 시간이다. 잔우에.
I wonder what the reasoning is. Are we actually gonna like revisit Araya? Because technically she's not dead.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라. 자세에 틀림은 없군.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
It's hard to. Oh my gosh, I can't tell who's winning. Oh my gosh, wait, what? Oh, good! I'm gonna get so confused with Rodia.
땡.
대박! 방금 이겼네! 아이씨, 팝콘쯤은 줘도 되잖아.
I'm also getting confused on which one is Kira and which one is Ishmael now.
가져와갔지. 그렇지. 좀 치는데. 먼 것들 압도적인 전력. 썰어버려도 상관없지. 가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시.
Oh, Kira just said a line. I didn't get to read because I was reading this. Oh my gosh, so much is happening. This is only the first battle. Nice.
대행 완료. 지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
It really had to be Araya saying the
그
last
중에서
line.
가장 멋진 곳에
She's
나를
right
데려.
there. It's only the first door, and its impediments are already beyond expected levels. I swear, I thought that was it for me back there. Events of this nature won't be frequent. We are merely beset by ill luck. If you just listened to me and picked another door, we wouldn't have gotten cooked like that in the first place. Like, why even drag me into this if you weren't gonna trust me? Weirdos. We would have opened them all at the end of the day. SD. SD? What's that? Same difference. Again, why shorten it like that? Just say duh or something, or just spell it out and say it was anticipated. That's WA. Huh? Good work, everyone. Wayfarer does have a team dedicated to this sort of task, but the mortality rate is quite high. Honestly, I was bracing myself for the worst. The odds of completing the first door of an expedition without any casualties are under 15%. Despite all measures, counts as a flawless expedition. Tapping away at his device, Alan addressed us with an amicable smile. He seemed totally different from the same man who had manhandled Kira with a fist to her face. Those Faves won't be able to cross over anymore with the door completely locked down, right? That cannot be asserted with certainty. Are you saying more might come? The corridors and the back doors have always been the ring's turf clock. And those Faves beasts have endured as a long-standing faction within the ring. If they got that much history, they must know many back doors, both the origin and destination points. Alan clarified what Ryoshi was hinting at. Yes, compared to them, we lack sufficient knowledge of alternate routes, which makes it difficult to prevent infiltration. No need to concern yourselves over much. Even if that were the case, it is unlikely they would move on the House of Spiders so soon. They can always rush us for a surprise attack, though. Even that Valvis Maestro seemed to lack clear intel on the event that took place at the House of Spiders. If so, it follows that they need time to assess and deliberate about the situation. The situation? The logical scope of their concerns will be identifying the organization that has secured the House of Spiders, the possibility of additional traps beyond the back doors, and the like. Once all backdoor-related procedures tied to the House of Spiders are completed, the resulting security framework should be able to preempt and block any infiltration attempts. This operation is more important than I thought. That aside, why couldn't I draw the blade? Is it the new scabbard's fault? Hiroshi lifted the sheath sword with an irritated frown. And that's when I felt a faint vibration. The blade was twitching ever so slightly. That quivering was faint. 'Twas seen by all, indeed. Damn, I saw it too. Is it possessed or something? Araya! Looks like I wasn't the only one who saw the sword twitching, as though it wasn't pleased at all with how Ryoshi was talking about the scabbard. Ryoshi's gaze lingered on the sword before slowly shifting toward the back doors. Could it be that seeing the scabbard brought back some memory of Araya? Ryoshi, do you... Is it an SS? A demon edge? An enchanted blade? Which is it? Girl! It's probably neither of those. Nor is it a sentient sword. This prevents a fine opportunity to conduct another examination of the sword. Excuse us for a moment, Team Leader Alan. Please feel free to go ahead. The tech just now damaged some devices, so we're going to have to perform some maintenance before continuing. There's plenty of other work for me to do while you're away, too. Are we to return to the headquarters research facility, then? No, that won't be necessary. There's a facility here that should prove more than adequate. Where? Are we going to, like, the hallways?
모처럼 괜찮은
Hi.
모습을 보나 했더니
Oh.
벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
I want the name card
방지할
already.
사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
Okay. Relics and decide. Oh my gosh, we're switching
돌아가자.
POVs. Oh, never mind. Hohenheim brought us to what looked like a research lab, lined with cables, rows of screens, and diagrams full of complex symbols and shapes. I didn't know there was a place like this in the House of Spiders. This is a forward base constructed by Limbus Company, following Operation Spider-Pyre. It did not exist prior to the house's fall. It is indeed for additional backdoor investigation and research into irregular phenomena observed during the operation. Irregular phenomena? An example. Research subjects such as spatial analysis of the correlation between the emergence of Sinner 11 sign and the manifestation of a possible future. Oh. Looking around, I spotted Sinclair and a group of researchers surrounding him, the same people who had dragged him off earlier. They were accompanied by a gaggle of sinners who tagged along to either watch the show to kill some time while they took a breather after work. Hohenheim, how long would the examination take? With Sinclair's biometric assessment concluded, the analyzer device should be available for the relic now. Which means that it should be finished in an hour from now, at the latest. The scabbard rattled again at the mention of an hour. I don't know why or how, but the way it swayed, it almost felt like a child trampling. It's moving again. Come along, Russia. I expect you will want to witness the procedure. Fine. Russia and Hohenheim headed off to the side. The examination was probably going to start immediately. I want to see! Time to get to Sinclair then. Wait. I was making my way towards Sinclair, who was getting bombarded with questions, when an unexpected figure behind a pillar caught my eye. Ah! It was Vespa Krabro, with a big piece of paper covered in crooked handwriting taped on his back. Snack thief? Ah, manager. Cat on snacks. Mr. Stringbean ate up all of them. Sorry, but I think there's been some misunderstanding. Verge, kick his ass. Not only is this matter not worth pointing fingers over, but Karen also shares some of the responsibility for leaving them out on the table unattended. Still, I would prefer you exercise more care next time. It will put me in a tough spot. Understood. Karon.
Karon, super silky mode engaged. Not talking for half a day.
Deploying super past bitter kending.
Beep beep. Mode disabled.
I'm not sure if this is an appropriate request, but may I remove the paper from my back now? It's a little inconvenient for me.
Karon forgives this time. Next time, no mercy.
Let's make sure she doesn't listen to that radio channel again. Virgilius looked on with an inscrutable expression as Karon peeled the snack thief sign off Vespa's back. Make sure to remember this, so I don't have to think I'm burning through what little candy chance I have left on such trivial nonsense. Thank you. Vespa gave a polite thanks, but he was already picking something off another plate and stuffing it into his mouth.
Wait a minute, I was saving that for later!
I assumed you were being picky.
Well, now you know. Yet I see you gobbling up my share. Ugh, he took my snack too. Verge, kick his ass.
Rodion Romanovich. Full name exposed? Oh? I am aware that half of the total snack budget allocated to each sinner is being funneled into your snacking expenses. And now you're reading the LCE supplies as well.
Chill! That's totes and agreed upon, okay?
Besides, that's that and this is this. Oh, come on. Seriously? Kugung. I don't even know the line in Korean. I don't know why I tried to speak it. The lines on Virgilia's brow looked deeper than usual today. Hoping to help him out of this endless cycle of snack-related headaches and to satisfy my own nagging curiosity, I drew near our guide and broke his brooding silence with my TikToks. Did we learn anything about Sinclair's sign? Dante is inquiring about the outcome of the research on the sign. I've heard from the researchers, but nothing of particular significance came out of it. Observation of the sign has so far been limited to 2 individuals, the manager and Sinclair. Due to the limited accessibility to the phenomenon, the only verifiable information has so far been its existence. Researching that which cannot be observed is bound to be difficult. Faust has a point. Aside from Sinclair, none of the sinners can actually see the sign. And the same would go for the researchers. Even Sonia said only a select few people could perceive it. If there were more individuals bearing the signs, there would be a wider pull for a comparative analysis of statistical samples to narrow down the scope. Damien! We gotta bring in Damien. Sinclair, you got your phone, right? You should call, like, Damien's number. However, records indicate no suitable references exist. At present, the research effort is limited to reducing variables, such as whether or not the irregular phenomena are tied to the location where the battle took place. By individuals wearing the sign, do you mean people like Damien and Samson? Wait, then with the... Wait, then could those guys do what Sinclair did? Haul in some superpowered future self and just wreck everything? You and Sonia? I would step in and put an end to this subject before Rodia gets to I should. Oh my gosh, I cannot read. I don't think so, from what Ishmael and Faust reported back then. Right, Sinclair from the future said each sign carries a different power, I think. Maybe, you know, those layers of light rings Damon used to finish off Cromer, or Sanson dragging us into his story. Those could be it. That does seem plausible. So none of that is information we can confirm yet. Correct. As you have stated, any discussion of the subject would not venture beyond the realm of wild speculation. Nothing has been proven yet. Ergo, fear would be an unnecessary response at present. This is at best grounded in a supposition, but it would seem that the researchers are coaxing forth a hypothesis from the vestiges left in the wake of Sinclair's future self. Oh, that bit about the sign may be some singularity or whatever, yeah? The precise position of the hypothesis was that the fundamental principles of the sign's working may be equivalent to those of singularities or relics. But as no actionable evidence was obtained from Sinclair, there's presently no means by which this hypothesis may be validated. I see. Then nothing can come out of them dragging Sinclair off for that research. Oh, you also thought I was being dragged off, but still let it happen anyway? No, I mean, I'm just kidding. Just thought I tried going along with the mood. The old Sinclair wouldn't have even thought to joke around like that. He's really changed lately, for the better, I think. So, did anything happen that we should worry about? I stuck close to him just in case. Nothing serious came up. Just took some blood, a small skin sample. Oh, and they were also checking if the sign reacts to electrical stimulation. Yeah, and I had to fill out some questionnaires too. Things like, please describe what you remember from the battle exactly as it happened, or list the sensations you felt when you regained consciousness. And your memories of that moment have yet to return? No, I don't know if they'll ever come back, actually. Voss said they only exist within my future self, so... Wait, but for my future self to even have those memories, shouldn't I carry them in the first place? Which comes first, the chicken or the egg? A paradox it would seem. In such case, that Sinclair's merely one branch among many possible futures. Yeah, fast! If the future unfurls into the boundless branches by means of ceaseless bifurcation, then the body of information that constitutes a certain future would scatter into the grains of more fleeting than dust, too diminished to ever reverse their course and trace their path back to the self that now exists. Is that the theory suggested? Not a certainty, but a plausible interpretation. Here we go again, more of that nonsense, only you lot understand. Ow, I hit my desk. Oi, memory or not, that future guy still came out of him, didn't he? And some part of him's got to be left in there somewhere, yeah? Like a muscle memory or whatever. Perhaps he can still pull off some of those tricks from back then. Tricks from back then? Heard you kicked off proper out there. You even pulled out that trick you picked up from that plastered old geezer, right? Not just that, he was using that Hmong technique quite effortlessly too. What? That glowing ring thing? Yep, the glowing ring thing. He had two of them coiled around his weapon. I used the glowing ring thing? Oh, the glowing ring thing, amazing. This is the first time I'm hearing anything about it. Alright, so what exactly is that glowing ring thing? Anyone? Maybe some technique that enhances physical capability? I mean, I guess that flashy aura that makes you a real tough's one part of it, but there's gotta be more, right? Dunno. Could be a secret finger thing they pass on to their members. Technique, gear, something like that. I can't read. Look at it. That black coney leader, that Lei Hung prick, and the nurse swallowers we fought. Whole lots of them's a finger, ain't they? The notion seems to unravel, for even among the LCD, there were those who came to wield it. And Virgilius, too. So what? Only the proper hard bastards can use it? Some posh top-end trick, is it? Without anyone in particular prompting it, the sinners slowly turned their gaze toward Virgilius and Vespa. I only learned to wield it from my team leader, too. I have a sensory understanding of Shin, but I can claim nothing too profound. However, what I can spare are some rumors, though they are all without proper sources. Rumors? They circulated among elite fixers and association leadership that there exists a power called Shin, capable of enhancing the body without having to pay expensive upkeep costs. A rumor among fixers, sayest thou? Yes, even the technique to manifest it, how-to tips, really, spread through hearsay. Oh yeah, that tracks. That super rookie column in the latest mag bonus vid? Bro was really popping off with it. Straight up aura farmed with a shiny mag wrapped around the weapon. It must be that mine eyes are yet to be privy to seeing such a marvel in video. Wait, you serious? It's in the latest issue, literally on the videotape in the back. Maybe you missed it? Videotape? Alas, for many a week have I been stranded from Mephi, leaving me of a chance to read not only the prior chronicle, but the latest one as well. Well, it's me. When I return, I shall feast through the night upon those noble exploits of adventuring fixers. As Don Quixote dramatically spiraled into a state of utter dejection, Otis cut into the conversation, her gaze narrowing with suspicion. From what I recall, the mantle of Shin grants its user a high degree of physical enhancement. There is no such thing as reinforcement without supplies. No power of that magnitude comes without an equivalent cost to wield it. That power relies on emotion and will for manifestation. Its output is not consistent like prosthesis and augmentation. And depending on how it is used, the consequence it demands can reach levels comparable to the ego you use. You mean to say that it exacts a toll upon the mind? I can walk you through the fundamentals if you'd like. From what I observed, it appeared to be a technique. I didn't mean to do that. It appeared to be a technique reserved for those of considerable strength. At our current level, is it not unreasonable to assume we could make use of it? Regarding that, our team leader has been conducting intensive research. And according to her, physical strength itself has little bearing on one's ability to learn and wield Shin. As the Yellow Harpoon says, it is in essence a power that can be learned by almost anyone, provided they know the proper method of training. Vespa's brows visibly twitched. I can't read! Twitched the moment Yellow Harpoon left Virgilius's lips. Yeah, doesn't seem like he's a big fan of his own title, the Yellow Harpoon. Well, it fits, I think. He's got those yellow stripes on his clothes, and he uses a harpoon too. Can he argue with that? If I were to exaggerate, even Sunner Yi-sung's pre-contract self could manage to learn it. Why must this self of mine be chosen as the point of comparison? Well, cause you're the wimpiest one here. Yeah. Number 1 weakest sinner. Don't let it get to you. Even so, it would be a mistake to assume it's a power anyone can grasp with ease. As long as you are bound by contract as sinners, your ability to wield it will be severely limited, unless you rely on particular identities or come upon an extraordinary circumstance. Shame that. Would have been useful. Hey, what about me? Then what about me? Can I learn it too? Kira, who had been fidgeting with her fingers, raised an arm and asked as though she couldn't hold the question back any longer. Come to think of it, the middle nurse father didn't use any Shin or Mang. Papa never taught me how to use it. He always said I could get stronger without a stupid crutch like that. It wasn't that he didn't need to teach you. He didn't teach you. He couldn't. He was a man who probably had never once reflected upon his own sins. A piece of trash like him would be incapable of even comprehending such a power in the first place. Feswa's responses always come back dripping with venomous hatred whenever the conversation turns to the topic of the fingers. Kira must have noticed it too, or perhaps she simply couldn't find the right words to push back. Either way, she held her tongue, her expression settling into a blend of frustration and something that looked a little too close to sadness. If you want to reduce it to a yes or no, then yes. You'll be able to learn it with the odds in your favor. That is assuming that the company decides to tolerate your continued existence. I already said I get it. As it stands, you're nothing more than a pending case of disposal, closer to a threat than you are to an ally, strictly speaking. Don't get comfortable because the manager and the sinners treat you with lenience. Step out of line and you will be the one that pays the price. There was nothing in what Virgilia said that I could argue with. Kira had been a member of the House of Spiders. She murdered scores of LCE researchers, and left us with plenty of memories we'd rather not visit. For now, we're just working together. Not contesting that decision doesn't mean we have no hard feelings toward her. Leaving Kira alone with her thoughts, the sinners slipped back into their own business. Snacks, idle chatter, and conversations about whatever had happened around the LCE. The examination is concluded. Well, we didn't get to see it! I suppose it won't be an issue to let you hear the results together. Yay! And before we knew it, Hohenheim and Yoshi returned. Aww, that's it? Alright, can't wait for the results. Renketsu Ren mentioned, kind of. I wonder if they're gonna add more to the Ren lore. To present the conclusion first. No, the notion of the sword being a sentient one is correct. I was right! Of course, Araya is still conscious! The locus of the will is not the blade, but the scabbard. Also, hi, I'm recording in the evening. I'm actually recording in different times, so I might sound different each time I pause and record. Just a little thing I wanted to mention. An ego forged in a rather paradoxical nature, yes. That would be the most appropriate description. Not a sentient sword, huh? Roshia's grumpy dismissal made the scabbard quiver almost as if it had taken offense. Somehow I felt like I could understand what Hohenheim meant by will now. It was a reunion of sorts, one that gave both a tinge of sadness and hope. If the scabbard has its own will, does that mean the owner of that will can be resurrected? It is too premature to deliberate on the matter. The state of existence under question is not one that may be defined as death at the moment. I assume they asked whether it can be revived or brought back to life, so to speak. Even supposing that survival is a fixed variable and that the reconstitution of the original corporeal body falls within the realm of theoretical possibility, the probability approaches zero, given the limits of today's technology and conditions. We researchers are inclined to entertain even the infinitesimal chances. But in the technology of lay people like yourself, such a prospect would be labeled impossible, wouldn't it? There is no need to fixate on the impossibilities of the present, Manager Dante. Such managers are reserved for us scientists to hold on to. Right. But we may have uncovered a thread. Something that could lead to restoring Senator Yoshi's memories. Though again, that too is merely a possibility. Oh my gosh! Please, please, please! A far more practical of an avenue for you to pursue at the moment, nevertheless. And to that end, yes, better analysis on the scabbard itself would be necessary. Coordinate with Alan for your next duty. He should still be in the ring nurse father's quarters. That will be all. Hohenheim cut himself off there, clamping his mouth shut as if any further exchange might scatter and mess up the theories he'd constructed in our conversation. Alright then, before we go, anyone want to tag along? Munching on food, averting their gaze, the sinners were pretending they weren't interested at all. But going by the way their forks had long since stopped moving, it was very clear to me that they'd been intently listening in on our conversation. Where are we to go? Ah, right, sorry, forgot the rest of you weren't there with us earlier. Boss, Don Quixote, Roshu, and I have been checking where each back door leads. Oh, and Kira too. The prisoner of war, executive manager. We talking about me? Yeah, I guess. I'm working with them too, yeah? Must remember to tread carefully. Should you cause even the slightest harm to executive manager, you'll be held accountable without exception. Yeah, sure, whatever. Kira needled at Otis with a mocking pout, but oddly enough, she didn't appear particularly irritated. Anyway, I think it'd be better if we had a few more people just to be safe. One of the doors we went into earlier led straight to the ring's corridor. That was a close call. Otis and Heathcliff's hand shot up at the moment I finished speaking. I would very much like to accompany you, executive manager. I knew I could rely on you, Otis. Your recognition of my loyalty honors me, executive manager. I, Otis, understand better than anyone your concern about the peril of working with a prisoner of war so liable to betray. To have your indispensable self proceed with only a handful of soldiers under your command, this cannot stand. I'm afraid I won't be able to focus on other duties without personally seeing to your safety. I get it, Otis. You've made your point clear enough. Not keen on how I just keeled over the moment you summoned me. Feels a bit dodgy, that. Better I stick by your side and scrap it out myself. You probably don't need me to come along then. I guess you can just summon the rest of us like you did earlier if shit hits the fan. A research yet unfinished holds my efforts. I shall join you once it has found closure. I don't think I can be much help wherever you're going. I'll pass. I'll follow if that is your order, manager. No, it's fine. Just get some rest. They'll probably be okay. I can always summon them again if things get too dangerous. Actually, is there a consequence with using Malkuth prematurely? Because it's weird. Like, even with like the fully formed Durante abilities, he has never used it that much. I mean, other than gameplay. Sorry, not he. They have never used it that much. Because the only instance we've seen of Durante was... what do you call that? When it first shows up and then that's it. Malkuth's ability... why? Is there a consequence? Is there no consequence? Dante? Are you okay? For now, I should go see Alan again. I have many questions. That'll probably be answered in the next intervallo. Maybe. Lunashi! Saru! Wait, I just noticed it's a thread. The icon for the battles is a thread. Aww. Okay. I'm still gonna use my team of House of Spiders.
이번에도 치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
You were right. I was waiting for you. We sifted through and isolated the doors with the highest probability of leading into the rings gallery. The next step would be to enter the alternate door you mentioned, but... Hold up a sec. I was actually gatekeeping more stuff. Huh? Gatekeeping? Are you saying you have more to tell about gates? Doors? Yep. The door over there, pretty sure it connects to N-Corp's nest. I saw Abina going in, all hyped about some whatever it was. And that wooden door with the bandages wrapped around the handle. Papa'd go in there and cross out vengeances. From what the book said, it's probably a turf protected by a thumb subsidiary or something. Unlike earlier when she offered only vague snippets, even about just a single door, Kira was now feeding Alan a stream of intel that seemed solid, even to someone as clueless about the back door as me. She's far more cooperative than anticipated. Even after that Alan, I pronounce it like how they pronounce the Chirmod Alan. Finally remembered the song. That's a really good song. Oh my god. Even after that Alan, you know what? Might as well pronounce it like that. Alan character roughed her up, from what I hear. Yeah, you'd think she'd climb out of spite, but I wonder if she changed her mind about cooperating with us. Nevertheless, we mustn't let our guard down, executive manager. There's no telling when she'll turn on us. Frickin'! I can literally hear everything you're saying, you know? Alright then, based on the intel, please proceed by investigating the safest doors first. As for the high-risk ones, I'll continue checking and let you know which ones you need to enter. Alan tinkered with the devices around him and flashed a couple of doors with blue light. Guess that means you start with those. Where do you guys want to go first? They all look about the same. Just start with the closest one. Well, Alan did say these are the safest ones, so it shouldn't matter which one. Just as I reached for the nearest door, as Heathcliff told me to, Roshi suddenly veered off, stopping in front of another one that stood a few steps apart. This door. It seems familiar. You recognize that door? I think I passed through it a few times when I was little. Hardly had... Oh my gosh. Hardly had Roshi stopped speaking when a fragmented memory, painted over in parts, slipped into my mind. Which... Oh my gosh. Sorry, it hurt a lot. Didn't it? I should have finished my homework faster. Oh, I know, let's go for a walk! I assume it's younger Yoshihide. But I don't recall much about it. That memory just now, could it be tied to Araya? Let's start with that door. Okay, this one, yeah? Here we go. Impatient as ever, Heathcliff shoved the door open and strode in first. The rest of us followed, including Kira and the other sinners. And this place is... it's a park. Yo, okay, this is weird. This looks like a normal park, I would see, like in real life. Like, that's crazy. It's like... I don't know, with like all the like interesting areas we've been to, like with T-Corp. I mean, T-Corp does look like a normal, realistic quote-unquote place. Yeah, but like it's all washed out. But like this looks normal. This is weird. Judging by its state, it seems to be a welfare facility located within a nest, most likely a park. Every son walking here is dragging some animal along. Seems they got money to burn. Proper rich lot, this place. The walk the path Roshi mentioned in her memory, and the sight of people fussing over their pets. Saru! The pieces clicked together, and I voiced the other memory I saw back at this House of Spiders. Did you ever come here with a puppy named Saru? Yeah, I remember that. Not a puppy, though. Saru was a bit bigger by then. Sorry, it hurt a lot, didn't it? Okay, it's teenage Shoshu. Okay, now I know how to voice it properly. I should have finished my homework faster. No. Oh my god, I feel so bad. Why isn't she getting any better? I gave her lots to eat. Oh, I know. Want to go for walksies? You love walksies, don't you, Saru? There's this workshop Dad always visits. The door's there's connected to a park. We can go right now. Yoshi's childhood memory burned bright in my vision before passing. That was her as a kid? They see it now! Oh my god, that's right! No one else had a reaction. Oh my gosh. Wait, only I had a reaction to Roshu. None of the other sinners mentioned seeing what she looked like when she was younger. Yo! Verily, such gentleness doth seem most unlike thee, young Roshu. Hey, Clock. Who said you can show them my memories willy-nilly? No, come on, you know it's not something I can control. GG. Back in the House of Spiders, I was the only one who could see the vision of Yoshi's past. Okay, got that confirmed. This time though, her memories seemed to manifest for everyone around, just like what we experienced in H-Corp with Honglu. Which probably means... Why are y'all staring at me? That's so random, what the hell? Did you not see that just now? See what? You guys zoning out together? Okay! I don't know why I said it like that, but... Okay, she didn't see it. Guess it doesn't apply to Kira. Then again, unlike how it was between Lin Daiyu and Honglu, Kira doesn't have any direct connection to Ryoshu. I guess it makes sense. Was that adorable hound thy companion of old young Ryoshu? Indeed, my one and only best friend. And because of that, Saru would be locked away in the vault every time I had to depart on an assignment, with a spiral driven through her. The first ever leash. Looking back, it might have been a kinder fate had she died sooner. To inflict such cruelty upon a voiceless animal, how can such wickedness be born? What happened to Saru in the end? She died before her time. I don't recall why, but there was this day when Saru wouldn't stop whimpering in pain, and I shut myself in my room, crying. You were? Not someone else? Who else? Oh, see, it was me. Even after witnessing the fragment of memory, Hito looked utterly unconvinced. And while I was grieving, Callisto offered a solution, said he would give me a gift the next day. And what I received was something he called the Beast Bone Blade, a tanto that would whine and yelp in Saru's voice with every swing. Ew, no way. I always knew there was something creepy with a Robo-Unk, so that's how he killed your dog, huh? No, he didn't kill Saru. That tanto was alive. Did you just say alive? Bloody hell. Alright, nutter that psycho. Her eyes were embedded in it like adornments, and they'd stare at me in accusation, a tiny heartbeat, as though it was quaking with fear. It was a horrible sight, and I felt pity. So I shortened what remained of her time with my own hands. Got me thinking after hearing all that. Why do you still mess with that art thing then? Let's be honest, after seeing something like that, you'd want to steer well clear, yeah? Right? Those things he called artworks were also cursed, straight up nightmare fuel. Like, I haven't really checked out other ring artworks outside Alvina and her nurse fathers, so maybe I'm just a noob when it comes to all that, but yeah, their stuff never gave me any art vibes for real. I thought the same. Well, I was terrified at first. Yet as I learned more, there were some facets that suited my taste. Thou find its appeal in those grotesque creations? From what you told me about Callisto, it looks like he failed to stick to his own advice. But there's something he always used to say. Art is wholly subjective, and this one was never expect the understanding of others. She keeps taking a puff. I'm noticing that. She doesn't usually take that much. Then again, in her kanto, she wasn't smoking at all because she expected to see Arai and, of course, no smoking around kids. But when she talked, like on previous kanto, she didn't even took that much. Is she okay? Are you okay, Ryoshu? Where's my Nui? I have a newie pal, by the way. Because I went to have them. Anyway, that's a story for another time. Oh my god. I don't think she's okay. Can't say I quite get it, but if you say so. Oh wait, I didn't read her line. So sorry. The uncanny, the horrible. There's a beauty that lies in the grotesqueness of it all. Nah, but bloody hell, how do you end up getting used to that kind of thing? Why do you need to understand? You're not an artist. I got used to it, but that bastard Callisto's installation artworks caused night terrors and nightmares for... Araya! The scabbard moved and Ryoshu came to a pause. It trembled, but there was at once a strange liveliness to it, as though it quivered between fear and anticipation. Night terrors, crying from nightmares, in the House of Spiders? There was actually someone who got scared of ring stuff back in your day? I need to check something. You've seen enough here. Let's go back. Yeah, let's. Nothing else worth checking around here anyway. With the inspection complete, we quickly followed Roshu back. She stood in front of the artworks covered in sheets of cloth, lost in thought. Right here, there used to be a huge artwork displayed here. I don't know what kind of impulse struck him, but that bastard went about fussing, saying he needed practice so he wouldn't lose his touch. Mommy? Oh! She said stop! No! What's wrong? Over there! I thought I told you to keep the exhibition in your room. Ah, you returned, Yoshihide. I decided to attempt installation art of a somewhat larger scale this time, but I ran out of space in my gallery. Mommy, people were screaming. Dearest Yoshihide? She's not censored. She's remembering. Wait, hold on. No way, I can't tear up now. Dearest Yoshihide, Araya has reached an age where she may be introduced into the world of aesthetics. Surely this wouldn't be a problem. It would. You liking it and me acquiring the taste doesn't mean Araya will. Wait, crap, I'm actually crying. Hold on. Let's get you back to our room. I was hugging something in my arms. It was crying. Me. Just kidding. No, it's Araya. Shit. Oh my god. Saru? No. Too big to be Saru. The lacerated memories can never be made whole, no matter how many fragments are glued together. We could tell Ryoshu everything we knew about Araya, but never truly reach her. I see. This hollow void. This must be Araya. She said her name! The sensation and emotion for what's been emptied began to entangle with Roshu's memories. And that makes it possible for us to reminisce about Araya together. The soft rattle Araya seemed to show how pleased she was with this small step. Alright, time to check out the next door. We entered several more back doors that Alan pointed out, but unfortunately, none of the places we ended up at stirred Roshu's memories any further. Fuck. Pretty much nothing here. I think we're done. What the? How'd they get in here? Okay. Startled Kira pointed ahead where figures wearing animal masks were hauling what looked like massive lumps of flesh hidden behind a tent of sorts. Oh god. The string assailants from before? Didst thou not say thou hast sealed that door earlier? How then do these villains come to stand before us once more? They probably infiltrated via an entirely separate route, another back door. As you can see, their objective appears to be the retrieval of the ring nurse father's artworks. Get on with it! We need to move as many pieces as we can before we pull out. Wait. I thought Robo-Unk was washed. You got so many fanboys and fangirls here. Huh. Does this artwork possess value in and of itself? Or is it just a case of posthumous premium of death effect? Think about it. Some of the pieces have already been taken. Of course, they are of little value to both our companies. Watching them sweating and struggling to drag those mediocre pieces with them. Pretty funny. But imagining how those pieces will be labeled with some pathetic notion of heritage connected to my name on their description plaques. Pretty unsavory. They may be occupied with transporting those objects for now, but they will likely soon find cause to harm their wayfare and LCE personnel stationed here, Executive Manager. It would be prudent to eliminate them without delay, considering the ring's reputation. Otis is right. Better to wipe them out before they try anything stupid. Guys, looks like we've got another job to do. Lend me a hand. The radio didn't buzz with the sender's replies this time, but it should be fine. What if one of them is in the CR, like, taking a shit?
왜? 땀 구경 시켜준다는데 뭐. 안 볼 필요 없잖아.
How are there no consequences to using mouth roof?
할 것도 없고.
Literally, the clock looks like it's broken. Oh, jeez. I can't believe where I already moved. Pretty sad already.
Hello?
Oh, hello. Hi, Val.
What are you doing?
I'm recording. Am I in the wrong channel?
Chaos and Chill?
I'm in the wrong channel. Whoopsies. Anyway. That was my bad. Wow, we have few secrets exposed. Though it's not that big of a deal to me. I'm pretty transparent.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데. 이 정도쯤은. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
쏴야 할 때가 왔군. 저자, 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군.
Gee, that's a little embarrassing of me, making a rookie mistake like that.
펜. 살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께.
God, thinking about Araya makes me emotional already.
좀 치는데.
God, Araya, she stirs so many feelings in me.
정해진 운명이라네. 결정, 해금, 초월. 실력에게 불확실한 것은 없네. 대박! 방금은 간지였는데? 아이씨, 짜증나게. 아이씨, 한 번쯤은 줘도 되잖아.
I really have not a lot to comment on the battle, because like, that brief moment of Ryoshi like remembering.
이제 징수에선 벗어났나?
Shielding Araya's eyes and like keeping her close to her chest. That's, oh my god. Dang it. I mean, I kind of expected to cry, but like, I didn't think to be that early. Okay, why is she staggered?
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술은
먼 것들 압도적인 장면 썰어버려도 상관없지. 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만 느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
I think they'll be fine. Maybe.
대응 완료. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 급이 안 맞는 싸움도 꽤 재밌다고 생각했는데 이게 구경하는 입장에선 놀라워.
Blast them.
뭔가 만화책에 나오는 주인공 이름처럼 간지나는 대사라도 좀 쳐봐.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과
I didn't get to read what Kira said. I'm so sorry.
무덤으로 돌아가라.
Go to Yoshi's sleigh.
이제 침이 샀네요. 이제 침이 샀네요.
미래를 과거와 같이.
구, 언, 올. 하지만 슬슬 물리는군. 근처에 융수염이란
With this, the last of the ring's infiltrators have been eradicated. Is that all of them? Rishi kept glancing around as if searching for someone, but unfortunately, no other ring members were in sight. Right, but where the hell were those lot coming from anyway? Weren't just the first wave had more of the sods slugging up from the back like they had been lurking somewhere else? According to the tracking logs recorded by the surveillance devices installed here, they appear to have crossed over from another corridor. Another corridor? What precisely does the designation another corridor refer to? A room resembling a shopping mall, the one filled with batches on toys on display. Your company, if I recall correctly, designated as the corridor of the middle nurse file there. Oh. I suggest we relocate there. Your signed tasks here have been wrapped up. Oh, and before we set off, do you have any information to share in advance? We are planning to compile a comprehensive encyclopedia cataloging the notable characteristics of these corridors and all of their connection loci. Loci? I don't know. Your cooperation will be most appreciated. Kira seemed to hesitate, gnawing at her nails as if she were going through an inner struggle. Before long, however, she snapped out of it like she just locked in on a decision. Logged in. Sure, I got stuff to tell you. Like, hella stuff. Some parts are kind of fuzzy, not gonna lie. But I can still recall like 20 places clear enough. I mean, it was home for me and Papa, so... I got nothing. I never once regarded that fucker's room as a home, and my memories of it are all fragments at best. The scabbard gave a faint restless stir. Perhaps it wanted to comfort Ryoshu in the only way it could. And accompanied by its tremors, we began to move toward the corridor of the middle. Oh my gosh, wait, if we are going to the middle, we got ring, middle.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니
Are we gonna go to all of the
벌써
corridors?
애를
Please,
전부
please
채우고
go revisit the pinky. Oh my gosh, I want to revisit the pinky so
방지할
bad.
사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없는
School.
돌아가지.
Araya went to school. That much I know of. Are we gonna
마침내.
revisit Ryoshi's memories of Araya going to school? The heck? We swiped everything that wasn't nailed down, huh? Fret not! I ask me better half of thy worldly possessions. Articulated figurines, video game cartridges. I'm not talking about my toy box, okay? I had many of them anyway. My TV's gone, the couch too. Damn, it's empty. As Kira said, only a conspicuous empty space was left where the television and family couch set used to be. That kind of looks depressing. And I never really thought of like the, what do you call this? Of Matthias' corridor to be like a shopping mall. Man, that description actually really fits because overconsumption, consumerism, right? And he collects toys and anything that reminds him of like Gunpla. I know it's actually not called that. Model kits, there we go. Oh, those? I'll say researchers hauled them away. From the sound of it, they're going to set them up in their staff lounge. As for the leather and the ornaments, they said they'll be selling them off. Yeah? Oda seemed to notice something the moment she caught Kira's wistful look. The corners of her lips curled into a faint smile as she spoke with feigned nonchalance. Who knows, with sufficient cooperation, perhaps they become more receptive to the idea of returning those items. Assuming much, I never said I wanted them back. Anyway, I'll tell you about what I know, so come this way if you want in. These two doors here, made from paper and wood, they connect to S Corp. And that one reinforced with steel, that one leads to V Corp backstreets, where, having lived here and made frequent use of the doors herself, Kira was clearly the right person for the job of identifying where each door Wayfarer Company had asked us to explore led. Directed by Kira and accompanied by Alan, we checked the doors one by one. Good work. All data seems to match. Perfect. Thank you for your cooperation. Until there was just one back door left to open. I know this isn't anything new, but I've gotta say, these back doors are too bloody convenient. Them portals too. It ain't doing anything shady like the warp trains either, is it? Yours is as simple as turning the knob and entering. Seems to me you'll outpace your business rival in no time. I'm a bit hard-pressed to agree with the too convenient sentiment when it comes to using backdoors and portals, but since your intent was to claim Wayfarer's superiority over the current W Corp, I'll take that as a compliment. Did I say something wrong?
Every technology comes with a cost, Heathcliff. Aptly said. Well, this has been a workday relatively free of casualties thanks to the quality information you have provided. Do understand that Wayfarer Company's primary services include pathfinding, path security, and path maintenance. Each of those services is fraught with life-threatening dangers for our employees. Some never return after embarking on a pathfinding journey. Some are killed while battling monstrous entities, whose exact natures haven't even been confirmed yet, that appear in the liminal space between paths. It also costs a pretty penny to keep the secured path, well, secured. I'd say our operating cost is on the rather steep side, especially considering that we're also trying to prevent our rivals from taking this corner of the market. Thinking back, I don't think I've ever seen Alan enter a door to a new location with his helmet off. It must be one of his precautions just in case. Maybe his dry smell and unsettling lack of reaction to anything are hints that he's simply seen too much to be faced by most horrors. Still, our work's gone considerably easier for this job thanks to the help from everyone here. Honestly, this partnership is working much better than I'd expected. Very well then, let's take a look at the last door. Ah, it's the door Papa used to walk through all the time. I followed Kara into the door, and the second I crossed over the threshold, a breeze carrying an oddly familiar, salty smell tickled the tip of my nose. One of my clock hands. A beach? This connects to somewhere in the general Great Lake area, it seems. Do you think Rian visits this area? Maybe, since he's always associated with the sea? Welcome to U-Corp's giant Stingray port ship. Stingray, huh? What does that ring a bell? Hang on a minute. It's the place, isn't it? That port ship that has Salon du Molouk, the private hair salon. Oh my gosh! No, we don't want to meet with Ricardo. I swear, if we're gonna fight Ricardo again, I'm gonna lose my mind. Heathcliff chimed in with a shudder, as though the sheer weight behind his words terrified him. Oh, doth it signify then that we shall finally be made audience to young Heathcliff and his hairdo most luscious? Quit it with that luscious nonsense, lass. Why encouraging me now when you are so cavalier with blasting my villainous arse back at the lake? Indeed. Alas, 'tis true that punishment wrought upon our merry band had severely outweighed the crime. Wouldst thou not agree, young Heathcliff, that to put the coupons to use would remedy thy pain a smidge? Bugger it. I ain't even got anyone to spruce up for anymore. Sweet, then can I use them? You're regulars at the Molo place, Papa and me. Papa would ask the middle from a fam for a favor, and he'd bring loads of coupons back home. They'd give away haircom every 10 visits, you see, so what am I even yapping about all excited?
Kira, who seemed ready to launch into a cheerful rant, came to an abrupt pause like a bike tripping over a ledge. Her face fell as she lowered her gaze and scuffed a pebble away. Looking back, I guess Papa did all care for me, so why? But it's also true these guys went out of their way to get me out of there, even though they didn't know me so well. Why is it gotta be so complicated? Matthias gave you that anesthetic, BC? The heck's a BC? Bowl cut. Bro, listen. Like I said, that's not how you shorten these things. For some reason, Yoshi seemed almost gleeful to hear Kira correcting her acronym. Okay, no, not yet. It was reminiscent of that self-satisfied look she'd get after confusing us with these acronyms, especially during the early days of our bus journey. Thinking back, ever since Sinclair's translations became reliable enough, the Sinners had less reason to voice their frustrations with Yoshi's acronyms, which in turn gave her fewer causes to snicker about. I'm not sure why, but something tells me that she might be making her acronyms ridiculously incomprehensible on purpose. If her conjecture is correct, Executive Manager, she has one tasteless sense of humor. From what I recall, the toys and games he was into were pretty retro. Must have been annoying to play along. At first, but the more I played along, the more I got into it. Still corny and juvenile as shit, though. I know aught of that conflict within thee. Trifling and apocryphal as they may be, yet we all are compelled to peer inwards at the interests of the family. Why is she making that face? Yeah, I wanted to know what Papa was into, to really get what he's talking about. Besides, I need to know these things if I wanted to chat up and talk about a mutual subject, so... She keeps taking a puff. Girl, I know you don't do that often. You know why? Because I compile every Roshu moment I had in every Kanto ever since Kanto 5. She does not do this often. I know she does it, but not this frequent. Girl, I know you take 4 minutes on a cigarette. At this point, you might as well be taking 2 minutes. 2 minutes on a cigarette. Okay, no, I'm fine. She's coping. She's trying to cope. Oh my god. This Kanto is making me feel a roller coaster. No, not even Kanto, it's an intervallo. It's making me feel so much. Okay, calm down. I need to calm down. You tell me about all the time, Yoshihide. Proud shit. Not a day went by without him saying stuff like Yoshihide learned this in 2 days, or yo, this was Yoshihide's fave, you know? Too bad I wasn't there to tell you that his words weren't worth shit. I once thought of him the same as you do now. A good man, at least among the nurse fathers, caring enough to bring me gifts. But one day, I realized that he'd never understand the things I really cared about, even if his life had depended on it. One day, thou sayest? Pray tell, was there aught that had changed thy perception of that man? That I don't remember when or why, just that it happened. Wait, I may know this. Was it something that happened at school? Papa told me that things started getting awkward between you and him ever since you quit school. Bullshit, I've never been to school. Why is she making that expression? I never even thought of wanting to go to school. Matthias must have been talking out of his ass again. Huh? No way, bro. I even saw a clip of it. What? Papa showed me that video when he was teaching me how to use these doors. I even saw baby you going, I'm off to school, Dad, in that video, so I'm pretty dang sure. But I don't. As Kira went on, Rosha's confidence from her initial retort seemed to slip away. I couldn't blame her. So much of her memory had been mutilated. Rosha didn't sound like she was denying it out of hand, though. She seemed to mean it when she said she'd never been to school and had never even wanted to. And I want to glimpse the fragment of memory that made her say that. The moment I willed it, a scene from her past suddenly flashed across my eyes. Very well, Yoshihide. I will register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school. There's an... Callisto? INSD... No, it's not university. I just know it's gonna say something of art. A subsidiary of the ring. Academy. Oh, Academy of Art. You sure it was a school? Not like an art academy or something like it? Wait, that kind of makes more sense. Yeah, it must have been an academy, not a school. Academy of Art. Yoshi muttered a few words as though they were pieces of a puzzle she was assembling. I literally had to get out of my seat to process. Oh my god. Then after a brief moment, she turned toward me with an astounded scoff and look of mild irritation. Clock. You deserve a smack. Thank you! I mean, what? No. What? Yes. Then lightly smacked me upside the head with her scabbard. What was that for? This memory sucks, Clock. I would have been just fine without it. At least I got to remember the incident that changed my perspective on mafias.
Dad, how do I go to a school?
School, Yoshihide? Well, I don't see why you would wish, let alone need, to go to a school such an institution when we nurse fathers are here to provide you with all the education you'll require. You would later find our unique style of homeschooling to have been much more enlightening than trudging through any of the less formulaic educational systems.
But Dad, I saw him in a picture book, and I don't have any friends here.
Oh, Rhiannon is pointless. But it is true that there are qualities that can be learned only through group erudition that engenders competition. Very well, Yoshihide. I'll register you in an institution that is not entirely dissimilar from school.
Really?
I intend to send Yoshihide into an academy as part of my educational curriculum. There is an Academy of Art, a subsidiary of the Ring. Companionship with other talented children of approximately her age will nourish the spirit of inspiration that will guide Yoshihide's growth. The prescript approves. But Callisto, I'll tell you now that you might be making a mistake. And how are you so certain of that? Do elaborate if you can, hand puppet of the priestess by whom every aspect of existence is articulated. What do you even know of choice? Of what is right or wrong? And off they went. Perhaps a little more situational awareness would have prevented what is to come. Callisto had found me a rather decent academy. The artworks that used to scare me when I was alone weren't so bad when I was with other kids. No, that's not quite it. It'd be more accurate to say that I started to understand people's perspective on beauty. Of course I would, when all we ever did was nod along to the lectures and spout purple prose, all the while making pincushions out of people's bodies like it was nothing. Our lesson today will focus on corpus techniques. No, oh my god, these chairs. They look like those plastic chairs in like public schools. Well, not public schools. Oh my god. It just reminds me of like plastic chairs I've seen like in public. Monoblock chairs, that's what they're called. Oh my gosh, I finally remembered the term. Wait, I'll search it up just in case. Yep, I was right. Okay, I know it's supposed to look modern, but like, since the memory is very filtered, it just looks like monoblock. Anyway, now take a good look at the diagram here. Then the mannequins before you. Weave the blood vessels in the same pattern as the diagram, and
I don't know why we're even learning about corpus stuff in this day and age. Right, I don't get what the point of this vlog is. Trying and shaping blood vessels to make a color that a drop of ink can do better. I read that in a book. I'm more excited to learn about Cubist technique than this crap. Honestly, why is this washed up movement even a part of the curriculum? It's just boring, shallow gore stuff. No, it's gory, but it's boring and shallow only because you guys are bad at it. What? Aw, you mad because your daddy's a lame corporist? Oh, is he? No wonder her stuff is just as— Ow! I was taught that people who say bad things about my family deserve to get their butt kicked.
Them bad-mouthing Callisto wasn't actually what set me off. I didn't have any special reverence or attachment to family like Matthias did either. It's just that I was taught to dislike, that's all. Just one of those tantrums kids of that age have. Kids will be kids and all that. I'm home, Dad. Hey, buddy, you're home early. Oh man, must have been playing rough today, huh? You've got dust all over. On to a fight. A fight? Yeah, they kept saying dumb things about class stuff, so I smacked them. What about you? They didn't hit you anywhere, did they, buddy? On my cheek, it's okay, because I punched them this many more times. Did I do good? That's my girl. Dad? Where are you going? Oh, you know, just got some business to take care of. Why not just sit tight and work on a coloring book? Dad'll be home before you know it. Okay. Is it bro business? No, it's family business. I ain't seeing what's so bad about taking care of your own. Them snooty sods don't learn respect unless you beat it into them. If only he had been a simple-minded fool like you, then the story would have ended right there with the pat on my head. What? Papa, I mean, the middle doesn't stop there. It never does. You hurt a member of the family, that automatically gets written up in the book. Yeah, and what he did, and he did what he did in the end. Huh? There you are, Yoshihide. Is class starting already? My diligent little girl. Wonder who she takes after. Dad? I know. I said I'll be back before you know it. I got a bit lost trying to find my way through the ring bastards' tricky mazes. You know how they are. Oh yeah, and there were so many sniveling brats here. Well, as for their crimes, they slapped my buddy's face hard enough to leave a mark. That's an arm for ya. As for the instructors, well, anyone agreed that they did one sorry job of keeping these tykes under control. In that case, I pursuant to Title 2, Section 52 of the book, execution by beheading. They clearly don't got much use for what sits on their shoulders, yeah? How do you like it, buddy? Papa's the best, ain't he? How dare he! Such senseless, barbaric violence! Uncultured, uncivilized animal! Don't be discouraged, dearest Yoshihide. I have eyed out yet another academy worthy of your talents. It is a much more significant and prestigious institution this time. I assure you, even an intemperate berserker like Matthias would dare try to force his way into such a place as he did the previous academy. Don't wanna... Yoshihide? I don't want to go to an academy! I don't want to go! I don't need friends anyway. Fuck. Fuck. Shit, okay, that hit me. Oh god. I'm fine. For all his posturing, nothing that was ever important to me held any significance to Matthias. Okay. He took a lot away from me just to feel good about himself. So I hoped he, more than anyone, would never find out about the things I held dear, because I was afraid he would take them away from me like he did the others. But he'd always catch on faster than he had any right to. Every contract that took me away from the House's fighters made me tremble in anxiety, because I was worried about... God, I don't remember what, but I do know that I could never stop thinking about my room. Okay, no, I'm not good. Okay. Whew. So whatever occupied the room in my absence must have been the most precious thing to me in the world. The scabbard, which had been stirring lightly as Roshi recounted her past, and began to rattle audibly. It's doing that thing again. Roshi patted the scabbard with a gentle, reassuring hand. The scabbard was once Araya, a memory without attachment. It appeared to me almost as though she was pacifying a crying child. Seeing that gesture, Heathcliff briefly cast a sullen yet faintly expectant gaze between Roshi's scabbard and my device. He must be thinking back to his last conversation with Catherine. Okay. But Catherine's existence, unlike Araya's, was erased by the golden bow itself. I doubt this device could do anything for Heathcliff at this point. From everything we know, the ring nurse father seems to have been the least awful parental figure in your childhood. Yeah, didn't know that Rover Unc was such a radical guy. He sent you to an academy like you won and even got angry on your behalf? Oh. Hazy memories. Almost forgot to mention. A few days after that, Callista left a snowman by my pillow as a gift. It was made of heads. Heads? Yeah, the decapitated heads from the incident at the academy, threaded together into a sculpture. Thinking back, it was one sore excuse for an art. He's sorely mistaken if he thought some low-effort bullshit like that could make me feel better. I could have spared us the detail sauce. Well, with that covered, do you guys want to head back? Hang on. Was that gonna get that luscious treatment before heading back? Shut it, you. That ain't it. Look there, those blokes walking out of the salon. Why are they here? Bovis, ain't they? They found us. It would not be odd to find a field branch of the Ring's art movement in different districts of the city, especially that of the Favis scale. However, various evidence, such as their mask and the fact that our group has been immediately drawn their attention, suggests that they are in the same pack as the one making regular incursions into the House of Spiders. This is LCB speaking to Team Leader Alan, requesting immediate commencement of lockdown sequence. Copy that. Then why don't we... Holy shit, guys, stop! Bloody hell, what? Don't you know where you are? You're smack dab in the middle of protected turf. Cause a scene and bros and sisters of Middle will be here any second. Oh yeah, that's gonna be a problem. We've already drawn the Ring's unwanted attention. We clearly don't want the Middle coming after us to the House of Spiders too. Sounds like you've got a GI. Talk. Ever played whack-a-mole? Like, why give ourselves a countdown? Just head back through the door now and beat up whoever thinks it's a great idea to walk through the door. She puts forth a sound strategy, Executive Manager. As long as there's no high-ranking officer among them, it would be to our benefit. Well then, let's do as Kira says. That was quick. Alan blinked, shooting us a puzzled look as our entire squad came pouring through the door long before he finished the lockdown sequence. Due to newly emergent complications past the door, we have concluded that this location is the optimal point to intercept and engage in the infiltrator from the Ring. This location, you say? Ah, wait, the door that leads to a zone under Syndicate or Wing's protection, doesn't it? Better idea to fight here then. Happy to work with someone quick on the uptake. It wasn't long before the Favis began rushing through the open door. I didn't want to summon them while they're relaxing, but, well, it can't be helped. And I summoned the Sinners back to work. It's funny how the Sinners in my team are those who didn't ask to join. Hey yo! Middle theme!
하고들 시간이야. 잔
엄마가 검을 들고 나갈 때마다 내가 정말 두려웠던 건
Ah, that
엄마
sounds
하고들
illegal.
시간이다. 잔 왜?
너희는 어떠려나? 무사히
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
아니면 엄마처럼
이쪽으로 가서.
거짓말쟁이가 돼.
그렇지. 좀 치는데. 지금은 좀 쩔었는데.
자세히 틀림은 없고
정도. 아이, 짜증나게. 저기 앞에. 아니, 걔 말고 그 옆에 필 남았잖아.
Nodi is not clashing at all, oh my gosh.
아이, 짜증나게.
무타 법을 이제야 좀 이해해. 방심했고
대박! 미쳤는데? 손쯤은 줘도 되잖아. 이럴 땐 딱 씹어줘야 해.
I wonder if Kira could make a
이라면 뭐든
comment about like how Ishmael has her ID. Actually, wait, no, that's highly unlikely.
결정. 해본.
I didn't know who that is. Because I got Kira, Kira Mel, after I finished Count to 9. So I don't know.
영감이 떠올랐어.
대행 완료.
제 행위 그렇다.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh my god, really up next. Good, yeah. Girly pop. Girly pop, you're not slaying. She's level 60.
바이올렛. 브레이크 슬랩. 우와, 지금 완전
살고자 하는
쌍꺼풀이랑
모든
고무대가
것들과
샀어.
무덤으로
stagger.
돌아가라. 태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
Almost staggered. Ishmael. You'll be fine.
미래를 과거와 같이.
How many more? Okay, this should be the last of
역시
them.
모가지를 분질러야
Yeah, this is good.
예측할 수 없게.
Probably.
같은 새끼들. 이제 징수에선 벗어났나?
살감의 빛도. 이제야 승리가 나요. 이제야 승리가 나요.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을. 어릴 땐 몰랐어. 왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사도 재밌었다. 손가락 안에서도 내로라는 실력자들이었을 거야. 끝난 거 맞지? 그럼 약속대로 이 만화책이랑 해결사 잡지 가져간다. 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
모처럼 괜찮은
They're
예술을
overlapping. Oh
보아했던
my gosh.
벌써 목, 애를 전부 채웠군.
Miseries.
방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없나.
Okay, that about wraps up the Mills corridor. Thanks to you folks, we managed to cut the door cataloging workload by 80%. I really appreciate everyone going the extra mile to check in each and every door too. Made my whole life a whole lot easier. It's all thanks to manager's excellent strategization. Next up, the Thumbs corridor. But we actually found a lot of intel lying around there, so we just need you to check up on some of the doors in its basement. Intel? The manager expresses interest at the aforementioned intel. Ah, that! In the Thumbs corridor, we came across a bundle of papers detailing the comings and goings of the Thumbs members and the orders they were carrying. Whoever wrote the logs has been diligently keeping them updated. The last entry was written not so long ago. Lucia? While the contents of the notes weren't all that interesting, they helped us get an idea of where each door in that corridor leads to. Valencena's shitty scrap papers. Oh, okay. What? Why? She's been keeping up with that useless shit this whole time. Huh. Useless shit? Remnants of her desperate search for a thread to cling to. I found one of her backup ticket holds. I marked any doors that need to work with a drone. There should be about 3 or 4 of them. While you guys do that, I got some leftover work to take care of over here, so I've been noticing this throughout our interactions. But whenever anything irrelevant came to his work came up, Alan seemed to have a way of unhearing and maneuvering right past it, as though he didn't even register what was said. Recalling our conversation with Cesara back at P Corp, that deeply uncurious indifference might just be one of the essential personality traits to go on as a corporate employee in the city. Understood. We will explore the areas past the marked doors and return here. Thanks a ton. Well done. With Alan returning to where the other Wayfair company employees were huddled around, we decided to follow the corridor to the left. Hey, there's someone in there. More of the ring, maybe? Going by their silhouettes, they're unlikely to be members of the ring. Come on, lady, get out of my way so I can see. It's a detective. Some stubbly guy I don't know and that annoyingly airy dude. Sounds like Moses Gregor and Hong Lu, respectively. Ah! The trio's conversation grew clearer the closer I approached them. You okay, fella? You bumped your head earlier. Fine as a fiddle. It was just a minor fall. This is the 3rd time it's occurred. We ought to discuss this issue with the manager once this consultation is over. I think I'm seeing a bump on the side of Hong Lu's head. Anyway, you know what to do, right? If at any moment you see signs of... Don't worry, Gregor. You made it through the explanation and the footage both. You're going to be fine again. I believe in you. Look at you now! We're right where it happened, but your arm is stable, see? Ironically, fear tends to grow most unmitigated when it's distant and unseen. I understand what you might be worried about, but I don't even see the earliest points of it. Portents of it. So don't hesitate to share the unfiltered thoughts that arise while you're in here. I know what I saw in the footage. I'm still having a hard time believing it. Or, I don't know. Maybe I'm just avoiding the truth when it's staring right me in the face. My case is nothing like Don Quixote's. She just needs to keep her shoes on, and it's all good and dandy for her, isn't it? Things don't work out that way for me. Whatever they're talking about sounds hella deep, guys. You sure about eavesdropping on him like this? That geezer's always weirdly cagey about himself. Maybe now's our chance to learn about him? He's sharing such an yes about himself for once. Why walk away? Don Quixote gives a nonsensical interpretation of Rush's acronym as Kira rolls her eyes out of exasperation. Between the bickering sinners and Kira, however, Oda stands in silence with an inscrutable look on her face. She is listening to the exchange between Moses and Gregor like a woman possessed. Okay, let's keep listening then. Otis was right. Damn it, she was right all along. The war isn't over. It never was. And it can't ever be over as long as this fucking joke of a gift stays attached to my arm. Barbed words. Now let's revisit the question you couldn't answer while the footage was playing. Hopefully it's become easier to answer now. You've been using that arm to fight just fine so far. How? I don't mind fighting hostiles or enemies, but I'm not the kind of person who worries about people trying to kill me. But killing my comrades, that changes things, doesn't it? I can't even control it. There's nothing I can even do to brace for it. It's unstoppable. Like some kind of time bomb counting down to unleash a disease you never know when its symptoms will set off. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into no, I cannot read. Even Heathcliff, who was always the first to step up when people began to spiral into self-hatred, stood in conflicted silence and slipped, drawing a hard straight line. Besides, Gregor wasn't wrong in that, at present there wasn't any way to stop his transformation should it occur again. You've still got a good chunk of the journey left, and eventually we'll have to... No matter what lurks in the past of us sinners, even if they have killed hundreds, thousands, no tens of thousands of innocent people, will you still embrace them? This was in Canto 3. we'll eventually have to confront an even darker, bleaker truth of the war. We're getting some Otis crumbs! Wait, we still haven't gotten any more salt crumbs yet. Maybe in the next intervallo. He's a pretty closed-off person after all. Can I really trust Gregor not to crumble under that inevitable pressure? I see. You're afraid you'll end up hurting us. Well, that's... At first, I thought I couldn't give a hoot whether or not I accidentally murdered some of you. It's a bit saddening to hear that. You know how it is, Honglu. We, the bus team, didn't exactly get off to a rocking good start. But through our journey, I've begun to think of all of you as my comrades. And I was okay with that because I had too much faith in my own weakness. When I realized I had grown so weak that I couldn't even take down some backstreet slug with this arm, I was relieved. Imagine that. The same arm. My arm. A weapon that stabbed the heart out of countless people during the Smoke War. I'll be honest, when that Hohenheim fella said that I was an exception, the thought alone made me hope. Oh my god, we're revisiting this. Exception. A potential to be harmless. Weaker than even a non-combatant like Yi-sang. It made me hope for that, for a life that didn't sound so bad. We all know how that went though, wouldn't we? Don't make me the horse. Hi, Lucio. And after all that, I just couldn't bring myself to fight again. Because I no longer know when this fear would eat me up again. Because I'm constantly afraid of this damn gift manifesting again. The same fear you've carried all this time. How did you endure it before? Badly. Barely. Holding on to the idea that living's gotta live on, nothing else. This really brings me back years. The memories are so clear that it's like they all happened yesterday. Best you kick me off the bus before push comes to. That can't be the answer, Gregor. You can walk away, but the danger of our journey won't leave with you. Dante and the rest of us will still be facing an endless repeat of peril. And it's not like leaving the bus will bring peace to your heart. Our deaths can be reversed should an accident occur, even if it comes at the cost of Dante's suffering. The same can be said for most people in the city. Now that's something I never expected to hear from you. I guess you're right. If we're seeing this through to any kind of end, this would be the place to do so. Not many places in this city have some warmth to them like this one does. Boy, this consultation thing's pretty embarrassing. I mean, it's not like I was forced to go through something as traumatizing as yours, Honglu. Truth be told, I'm not some special case. Everyone who participated in that war must have gone through more or less the same experience. Miss Moses, Miss Otis, and even Valentina, that piece of work. We can't attach a number to our misfortunes as if there's something to be measured. Thank you. Thank you, Honglu. That needs to be said louder for the people at the back. When they fled from my past, I tried my hardest to avert my eyes from it. But you, Gregor, you're not like me. Every few steps that distance you from the past, you'd come to a pause to spare a look toward the path you had walked. All those years I let slip by, all those that slip you by are dotted with fathoms of suffering that are both ineffable and beyond measure. Different experiences, different pain. Still, if there's one thing common to everyone, it's that trauma leaves after effects that linger for a long time. What are yours? I dislike loud noises and people who talk too much. They sound too much like the cacophony of the war, like screaming comrades who resented me even as they lay dying, and the wounds they left me, and my heart bled me dry. But I thought you were fond of Miss Ezra, Miss Moses. Okay, Yuri? I've talked too much. That aside, haven't you heard your fill? Might as well come out of that corner you're hiding in. Aw man, they knew we've been dropping names this whole time. I was actually waiting for just the right time to come out and say a few words that I couldn't find an appropriate moment to. Well, I would have shared this with the manager, but I know the rest of you fellas sooner or later, so I don't really mind, but... What's she doing here? T.A. Temporary ally? No, temporary accompaniment. Don't be an asshole. I'm working my ass off to help you guys. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You're right on time. I've been working on a theory, but I don't have all the clues to be absolutely certain. A word from someone in the know may immensely improve my confidence in the theory. Kira, do you know which door the Thumb's nurse father was most attached to? Huh? No, duh. Duh? That's supposed to be obvious. Did you guys all see her? You think I'd chat up a scary lady like that? Dude, she was being the ever-loving shit out of Lucio every time I saw them together. Ah. Oh yeah, he went down fighting you guys to the end, huh? Yeah, said stuff about her generosity and all that and fought till he died. Damn, that's unexpected. Being real for a sec here, I thought he was totally gonna swap sides. He was! He was. Oh no, Lucio. Really? That lad? And why is that? You know, the vibes. You guys don't know because you haven't seen him long without the scary lady always looming over him. What's up? Gonna stab her right in the spine? You. Look, I think you might be training wrong because, like, you're not improving as much as you should from all that grind. Let me show you what I learned about sword swings from this comic book. That is not how my master has instructed me. The textbook cannot be permitted to have even a single deviation if it means to repay the debt it owes her. Why are you so obsessed with all that crap anyway? You don't even like that old lady. But you're not so different from me in that regard, are you? Bro, the heck you talking about? I love my papa. Seriously, I thought things were gonna crash and burn before Yoshihide even came home. Suppose Textbook and I had that in common. If this one doesn't know, let me redirect that question toward you, Sunarushi. Hopefully this touches upon one of your more intact memories. Do you know which one of these doors the Thumb Nurse Father showed a particular attachment to, or the door she used most often? Why ask me? Fine, yes, I do remember. Don't even clocks help to piece it back together. It's that one. The door with metal pieces dangling from it. Holy shit, I almost died out there. Son of a bitch, a fucking fly. Where did those G-Corp fucks even drag those gross pests from? Mom? Are you okay? Do I look okay to you, Ticket? Not really. I'm fine. You know I don't break easy. You should have been there to see me tear the head off that G-Corp vermin, Ticket. But, Mom, your leg's bleeding a lot. Here comes another mission. Boy, they really can't do shit without me, huh? So much for a break. The fuck is this? Banjas, are you? Is this kid serious? I've got truckloads of expensive treatments on the ready to patch me up the moment I get back to the field. Okay, never mind that. Hey, this works. Mom? Sit tight and don't start any trouble. I'll teach you some sword techniques once I'm back. Wait. So the smoke war didn't happen before. It happened during the project? Must have been her years in the smoke war. Yeah, fighting in the war took a lot out of her and left her perpetually exhausted. But she marched to every battle with a smile. Stop drinking, stop beating me too. Whoa. Like a blissful idiot who forgot that she was still neck deep in the inescapable pit called the House of Spiders. Well, my ironic peace didn't last. Sometime after the war ended, someone she called the consigliere of the Thumb visited the House of Spiders as a tutor. And that's when she went right back to drinking herself into a shit-faced stupor day after day. The beatings returned, and so did the edge in her profanities. It was pathetic. Hold on. Why though? Sure, I was on the losing side, but wasn't Valentina on the winning side? A war hero at that. Ever heard of the regulation that prevents Smoke War participants from moving into I-Corp and K-Corp nests? No? What is this? The common thread between those post-war rules is that they make the lives of veterans difficult. Dubious rules that don't discriminate between winners and losers. I see. There must have been things going on behind the scenes there too. But doesn't that mean that backdoor will drop us into a trench they dug in during the war? Yes, and Gregor will be the one to open it. Wait, me? Yes, others can do it for you, but what would be the point? You sure this won't just end up giving him more nightmares? I won't see how this helps him in any way. Exposure therapy, perhaps? We do not have any means to treat whatever it is that slumbers within his arm. However, I would surmise that the underlying cause of his sudden transformation wasn't the arm itself. Then what? It's trauma. His arm took control after his psyche was crushed by the weight of the unspeakable memories coming back to haunt him. It's not because the arm went berserk that he started reliving his painful past. It's the other way around, isn't that so? If you can come to understand that the war is really over, and that what others say, no matter how closely they echo to the past, is not necessarily aimed at you, then you may be able to loosen your grip on the fear and anxiety that your arm could metamorphose at any moment. While her suggestion may seem blunt, it is one of the basic treatment principles of MCARB psychotherapy centers. Fine, then I guess I'll open it up. Gregor walked up to the door, grabbing its handle, then paused, taking slow, deep breaths. And with one arm, he gently opened the door. Why are you running? You should be taking the lead on the front lines with our G-Corp banner held high. I don't want to die. It's nice to have a place to go back to. Oh, right. Happy 15th birthday. But you can't possibly have the cheek to call me cruel. You G-Corp pests were far more messed up than I ever was, ripping people apart, cannibalizing them. You are nothing but a swarm of fucked up monsters. I thought I'd woken up from the dream, but I was still... Still what? Gregor, are you okay? I don't know why I'm asking that. Everyone in this bus needs therapy no matter what. Where was I? Oh. Okay, so it's a battle. This is the wrong team. Oh, fixed member needed? Gregor? Sure.
살아서 돌아갈 수만 있다면.
Oh, he has to be number part of the... Okay, Russia, 그래,
살아서 돌아가.
전시 준비는 완벽하답니다.
Rodia.
전시 준비 됐어.
Oh, Kira. Sorry, Sarah.
부름이라면 기쁘게 나서지.
There we
이번에도
go.
치령의 뜻은 본인과 같군.
It's an office. This place. It's just a boring old office. I was kind of ready to be shook, thinking we were about to walk into a war zone or something. You recognize this place? Of course I do. My last job before Limbus Company. And my desk was over there. Here's a tip, fellas. When you're working in an office like this, always get a corner desk facing the wall if you can help it. Lets you hide from the boss man. Out of sight, out of mind, you know? You can do whatever you want that way. Work, chill, or even freak out in terror at the sight of sound of metal clinking. Nobody will catch you. Nobody will think you're a bother to other people. Gregor grins, a bitter, mocking smile directed at himself. The only downside of this desk arrangement being people walking up behind me to get my attention. Higher-ups just had to holler, "Hey, vet hire," and I'd scuttle right up to them, but others can't do that. So whenever people walked up to me from behind, I'd get afraid that I might cause an accident. Vet hire. Must be the post-war veteran special employment. Right, well, I can't possibly complain. Wouldn't have gotten that job without it, you know? Not everyone was lucky enough to be considered for that. I was better off than most. Gregor? Head manager Ted? Ted? Gregor whipped around, his head instinctively leaping into his other arm. There is an unfamiliar man in a clean suit standing behind us. It really is you, Gregor. And I see some new faces with you. Oh wait, you folks must be the account that the guys on the other team asked us to leave the meeting room open for. Landed a new job, huh? See, you've got a new employee card right there. So how have you been doing? Me? Same old, same old. Well, enough. It's not like I've got anywhere else to go, right? I'm not surprised you found new work so soon. You were always a dependable guy. Is the pay good? How's life, man? Oh yeah, you were gonna sell that, commemorative coin? Some kind of medal, yeah, right? I hope you got paid good money for that. Great. Look at me asking how's life to a fellow citizen. Can't imagine anybody would have anything good to say to that, huh? Moving on. Hope no one's hounding you with Vetire shit over there. No, not at all. There's none of that there. There's none of that here. I'm having a hard time voice acting, oh my god. Hey, that's good to hear, man. Glad you don't have to deal with that dang jackass of an executive VP messing with you like he was a war veteran himself. You know how many years I had to hear that geezer bragging about how he profiteered from the war, pulling up himself by his bootstraps, about how in every peril is an opportunity waiting to be found. Blah, blah, blah. I'm preaching to the choir, aren't I? That guy, huh? Is he still taking his sauna breaks during work hours? What do you think? His seat misses his ass every day. What? Oh, and get this. Remember how he used to call you special employment fellas Nepo Force? A few days ago, his name showed up in the HR report. Guess what it said? Turns out he was lining his pockets with kickbacks when we were choosing the fixer office for a partnership project. There's about to be a vacancy in the office real soon. Really? Isn't he, an actual Nepo? Thought he's the president's family. Yeah, man, it's that bad. It's what anyone ever talks about by the water cooler. If there's anything I learned here, it's that people obsessed with back in my days are all kinda like him. They hate how their glory days are behind him. Kinda like a distraction from how pathetic they are now. Valentina! Valentina is like that! Oh my gosh! And hey, a Backstreets kid like myself don't have glory days to look back on and yearn for, right? I look back and it's all doom and gloom. If you ever hit rock bottom, you also know the only way left is to go up. You've said something like that before, yeah. Yeah, guess it's my own brand of bullshit philosophy. Oh boy, look at me, running my mouth in front of our customers. Sorry about that, folks. Oh, don't worry about it. Huh? That's a pretty unique prosthesis you got there. No worries. But it seemed that you were on your way to submit those proposals. Gee golly, I'm late! Thank you for snapping me out of it. I'm gonna get one heck of a scolding. Anyway, Gregor, hit me up sometime, eh? Let's go out and catch up over a drink or something. Man! Do they not have phones? They better have phones. Cause wait, do they or do they not have phones, in the company? Also, where's the BGM? Why is there no BGM? Okay, it is there. That's weird. Sure, if I get the chance. The man who seemed like Gregor's former co-worker hurried away, but he didn't forget to wave us a good-natured goodbye. I can see a little bit of him in the way you talk, Gregor. Come on, I don't sound as old as he does, do I? Moses, who had been quietly observing as Gregor and his former co-worker chatted, exhaled a light stream of smoke and slowly began to speak. Many of us who returned from the war seem to suffer from a certain misconception. When we are told to remember, it does not mean we are bidden to live through the nightmare of the past over and over again. We are not being cursed to relive the pain and suffer in it. Both Ezra and I, we're both still trying to be free of the misconception we inflicted on ourselves. It's not like I remember because I want to. Well, if you can't bring yourself to forget them, might as well include in your memory the fact that the war has indeed ended. Fine. You're not wrong there. Gregor stared at his right arm for a while, quietly contemplating. Mend your bud. Can't say I can't give you any reassurance, but just going on with my life seems to be the best answer for now. I want to ask if you're okay with that, though. I'll manage, but it's you who's going to have to deal with the aftermath. Gregor would always say the same to those suffering from the cruelty inherent in living. Still, live on. Just live on. Yet even as his lips spoke those words, his eyes would take on a desperate and unfocused look, shaded beneath despair. Today, the gloomy gray seemed to give way to just a hint of the blue sky beyond. This may be no more than a single ray of the sun peering through the dark clouds that have long suffocated the sky. It would probably take much more than this for the shadows to be full and lifted, but don't you worry, I'll be fine. It's a big step forward for him to have addressed even a little bit of that persistent anxiety from his past. Oh, music! Music is back! When we emerged from the door, we saw Otis facing away from us, her weapon drawn. Wait, I don't think she even followed us through the door. Huh? Were you here the entire time? Yes, I was told that by that Alan figure that someone has to stay behind to watch the door during these operations. So I stayed and... Hello! Aw man, it's those asshats again! Weird. The corridor's not a place for those newbies to be roaming around on their own. As you can see, a few uninvited guests have decided to visit us through a different door. I looked past Otis just in time to see more Falvis pouring into the corridor through a different back door. They must be trying to find a way to get to the ring nurse father's corridor. Well, we can't just let them through, can we? Kill them all! Oh, Dante! Let's go! He got the guts to say that now. Sorry, they got the guts to say that now. Oh my god, I hate misgendering Dante, but I still do it anyway. Yo! It's my favorite theme! They're really playing the Valentina theme but she's not here! This is literally my favorite boss battle music.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 뭐냐? 아이, 짜증나게.
어중간한 연민이 이런 불필요한 고통을 가져오는 거야. 목숨을 거두려 했다면 머리를 베었어야지.
왼쪽으로 가서. 그렇지, 좀 치는데.
Oh my god! Finally!
제 행.
Roja, please. Oh my gosh, you're just gonna lose. Yep.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라. 자세 틀림은 없고. 행.
가져가네.
Rien.
빠르게 처리하지.
Okay, good job, Gregor.
스켈레터.
대박! 방금은 간지였는데?
빈틈 구성이고.
이럴 때 죽어줘야 하는데.
신체파의 예술을 보여줄 시간이랍니다.
방금은 진짜 어려운데.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술이
Okay.
How many more?
조,
Okay,
도.
12.
역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는군. 저 도야지 같은 새끼들.
마지막으로 남길 말.
방심했고
You know, Valentino's actually my favorite nurse father. I don't know if I mentioned that. But like for some reason after Kanto 9, I've gotten a liking to Valentina. I hope we do get some Xiaomi and Run more. Because there's like so little of them. Even more so with Xiaomi, like there's barely anything we know about her.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 저것들
사람을 단축하면 보기 좋아지지 않나.
Scary Harry didn't even check, I was not looking. I mean not Kira Ishra, like Kira. Oh, there she is. She's with the, she has the aura. 6-7.
완전 삼촌들이랑 공모대 같았어.
자세가 무너졌나? 스틸레이터.
속삭. 태어난 곳으로 돌아가라. 이제 싱스에서 벗어났나?
짜증나게.
Staggered. Oh,
예전엔
Gregor.
그런 거 좀
That's
치사하다고
fine.
생각했지. 근데 LCD였나? 흑색도 있는 거기. 그 사람들은 있는 거 없는 거 끌어모아 쓰는데도 뭔가 멋있더라.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
제가
방심했고.
연구원이라고? 멍치지 마. 어디
고,
해결사 출신
언,
루키를
오.
이런 곳에 짱 박아둔 건 아니고
Easy.
하지만 슬슬 몰리는군.
뭔가
근처에
뭔가 아깝네.
용세염이라는 군 거를 파는 곳 있나? 있군. 모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써
Basement.
애를 전부
Wait.
채웠군.
This is the index.
방지할 사고도 해야 할 뒤처리도 없는.
Are we actually going into the so-called basement
돌아가지.
that Rian-sang mentioned? The basement? Wait.
무슨
전시 준비는 완벽하다.
내 자기 딸
대상 확인했어.
부름이라면 기쁘게 나서죠.
You have to go back to normal Gregor. I'm so sorry. I don't care
이번에도
about my level
치령의 뜻은
average.
본인과 같군.
Once we dealt with the Falvis, who invaded the Thumb Nurse Father's destroyed corridor, we left for the indexes, and ran into a few familiar faces waiting for us at our destination. Huh? Don't you guys have today off? Yeah, but I thought I might as well come along. It's, you know, you keep summoning us while we're in the middle of something, so I decided that it might actually be more convenient for us to be with you in person. Your summoning occurred at the most unideal moment. Wait, was he actually in the bathroom when we summoned him? Now, I know you weren't doing it on purpose, but all 3 times you summoned me, I was leaning over snacks topped with a bunch of whipped cream. Today I learned that backing out and waking up to a me-shaped indent in a cake I was about to chow down doesn't make for a very relaxing break. Sorry about that. I should have checked in with you guys before summoning, but I'm still getting used to it. Why is there no consequences? You should have consequences for using a broken Malkuth ability. Other than this, like inconvenience. That's just an inconvenience, it's not a consequence. Okay, now you're being too sorry. No hard feelings here, you know? I'm tagging along because I need some exercise, that's all. I appreciate the additional employee assignments. Now if you could share any information you know about yet another corridor?
I hang out here all the time, so I know this place a little. There was this super clingy, annoying little... no, that wasn't the masked dude. There was this other, Is there something you don't remember? Oh right, Kira probably doesn't remember Sora. No! Sora? I don't think that name rings any bells for us either. No! Is that someone who used to live here? Yeah, well, Sora was the Index Apprentice, so she probably lived here. Forsooth, the Index Apprentice! Oh, pray tell who? For is it that the middle thumb and ring each have apprentices, yet the Index and Pinky lack them? They're fairies! Graden and Sora! It would be indeed quite odd. Ha. Ha. If a mere 3 of the 5 fingers kept an apprentice each. Retrace my recollections, and I find it like following a trail of odorless air, invisible and unreal. No, there was someone, but I can't. The representations of the Pinky and Index's apprentices are missing. No, to be more precise, a merciless blade has shredded and reduced them into intangible formlessness. How refreshing to hear that same impression from someone else rather than myself for once. As it seemed that I was the only one who remembered the 2 apprentices, I retraced back to our first meeting and briefly shared what I knew about Sora. She doesn't sound like a very forgettable character. Well, the Arayashiki cut her into ribbons. That would explain why it feels as though I'm recalling a sequence of events, with a critical part missing in between. I can almost imagine her, giggling to herself like a creepy loner, and she probably wears glasses too, right? Like one of those gloomy introverts from anime. I see, so that's why it feels like I'm tearing through each strand of a weave. Roshu? Let's say the world's made of strings or threads, Clock. With every slash, this blade would be cutting through the flow of strands that twine to compose one's existence. When an object is severed forever beyond repair, you'd think neither trace nor shape would be left of it. Araya! But now that you piece some of it together, it's almost... Instead of elaborating further, Yoshi fell silent again, save for the sound of the tip of her cigarette turning into ash, like she was recalling another incomplete memory. I guess she's trying to avoid over-speculating on what she doesn't know for sure. Damn, that totally breaks the meta! I had a vague idea of how it works, but this is the first time I'm hearing the deets. How about I had to go through 4 ramp-up stages to remove seals to, like, even make full use of his sword? Honestly, yours is a trade-off. Your sword totally overpower creeps Papa's. T.O., there's plenty already. Oh, so true. Guess slicing your memories away is one hell of a trade-off. Sorry. Okay, so I'm guessing you don't have anything to contribute for this corridor. I've got one. Don't know where it leads, but the index guy used it all the time. Hopefully it doesn't drop us into an army of indexes. TPU. They rarely gather in big groups. She said that's pretty unlikely. Ow! What was that for, Yoshu? Wait, did you just hit me with that sword handle? I didn't do anything. But I saw it. I saw Yoshi's scabbard, Araya, suddenly jerking to the side, prodding Sinclair like it was annoyed by something. I won't STS. I'll SYLC until you can barely walk. I swear, this isn't a slander or whatever. Look, you poked me so hard and left a mark on my arm here. Well, I don't want to read too much into it, but the scabbard was rattling like it was irritated by something. Is Araya bothering that Ryoshi is like messing up her sangria? Like, Araya is the one who taught Ryoshi sangria. Well, not exactly sangria, but like, you know, the acronyms and stuff. And then Yoshu makes it all weird and stuff. Like, you know how adults would suddenly use children's slang, but it suddenly sounds weird. It's like that feeling, but at the same time, her bonking Sinclair. Is it because the more that she does her weird sangria, the less people understand her aside from Sinclair? Cause when Sinclair's present here, so he's able to translate for Ryoshu, and she gets to do some bullshit, like her usual annoying bullshit. But then, is she trying? I can't put it to words. Is Araya scolding Sinclair because she doesn't like the fact that Ryoshu's Ryoshu's dependent on him? Like, she gets to get away with all of this. So yeah, I already said that. Oh my gosh, I'm repeating myself. This is why I'm bad with speaking my thoughts. I need to write it down. But because if Sinclair translates, no one else will ask for a translation. No one will like try to make her understand. Like, no one will try to understand her, and no one else, and Ryoshu won't make them try to understand. So it's like she's like, it's kind of like self-isolating, I guess. I don't know how to describe it. I don't know. It just feels weird. Stop interpreting. Oh, wait. Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop interpreting for her. This is why she won't stop making up these nonsense acronyms. He's making it worse. I gotta stop him from translating for her somehow. Araya? Wait, that voice just now, it sounded a lot like Araya's. Dante, you saw that too, right? Ryoshu didn't do anything. Wait, really? It really wasn't her? Nope. Then it's decided. To be fair to Sinclair, no one else but I saw in full detail how the scabbard came to be. What? I need to go back. Oh my gosh. He's making it worse. God, stop him. She won't stop making these nonsense. I feel like this is more than just like. This is definitely more than just like a child being getting cringed at her, like feeling cringy from her mom using slang. Araya! Which means that he couldn't imagine in his wildest dreams that the scabbard poked him of its own volition. It doesn't seem like any of the sinners heard that voice either. Damn, you guys bully him a lot, huh? Well, the lad's been long overdue for his little smack upside his noggin. We should head inside. Let's not keep Alan waiting. Kira directed us toward an almost disturbingly normal wooden door, so featureless that I would have mistaken it for any of the dozens of doors we walked past in the other nest. We were greeted by a whiff of stale, musty air the moment we walked through the door. Oh. I think this leads to the basement. And emerged to what appeared to be an almost dungeon-like basement area. Whenever the Mastong's beeper rang, he'd walk through this door. So, who are they? The Index. Oh, they finally show up! Like, we got Index Proselyte Faust, like at the start of the freaking, like, she was the first or second banner, right? Like one of the earliest banners. And yet we never fought any indexes. Only now. What the heck? Signs of life. There were people living down here, up until just a few hours ago. Why are you here, paper slips? We were only executing the prescript. I've had it with these prescripts, though at least yours doesn't make an annoying beeps. The basement was stocked up with shelf-stable and non-perishable food. And the cells were all completely empty, save for what looked like a makeshift bathroom in each of them. It is likely that this dungeon was used to imprison individuals of varying features that may be required to complete a prescript. Seriously? This room seems to have been used for something worse than simple incarceration. I don't know word. Word. Among Faust's conjectures is that the captives were conditioned in the body and mind in various ways to match the prescript's liking. Ugh, sounds like that guy was just as crazy as the rest of them. Wait, that staircase right there leads up. Let's check out what's... Freaking annoying, man. The heck are you doing? You cannot enter through this door. Oh, I see. Another griefer body blocking in the doorway. Move. I need to see something. The will of the prescript forbids you. You cannot enter through this door. What do we do? Is it worth forcing our way in there? They seem pretty adamant about not letting us in. I'd prefer if we stayed as far as possible from anything that has to do with the gods. I mean, prescripts. But nothing in this basement gives me any indication as to where the door connects to. I have not read the full Odyssey, but Hermes is a god. Otis Crumbs? Otis is right. We're gonna have to get upstairs somehow if we want to get an idea of where this door leads. If Ryan's been using this basement, then I'd like to see what's upstairs. Honestly, learning that this door connects to some basement is more than enough intel to cross it off the list. Still, if this has anything to do with Ryoshi's memories... Alright then, let's push through. Executing your command, Executive Manager. The will of the prescript is absolute. Is it though? I wasn't imagining things. Araya was indeed there. Oh crap, they both have to attack this one. Okay, clashing, not clashing, clashing. Go.
파고들 시간이다. 잔후에.
엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어.
Huja, please.
그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고.
왜 팔 휘적 유령이라도 잡는 건가?
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 발렛 브레이크 슬램! 좋아. 지령에게 불확실한 것은 없네.
내려라 모자리들.
This one is incorrect. It must be this. This one.
왜
This.
그딴 표정으로
This.
쳐다보는
Not
거지?
clashing.
설마
Go here.
내가 그
Not clashing.
노신
Go here. You're struggling. Okay, whatever. Who cares?
어디에서도 볼 수
온순해졌을
없을
것 같기도
색채로.
해요.
Losing Belt's character. I don't know why I said that.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bro, seriously? Hero says things during battle? What the heck? Dude, I swear. I'm always like doing something else when battles are ongoing because I just press them right.
운명적인 죽음일세. 미래를 과거와 같이.
예술적이네요.
너희가 걸어야 할 수라의 길.
There's 8 more. Okay,
여전히 그 끝이
Winry.
보이지 않는 뭐 또 멀고
You go here. You go here. Why are you struggling, girl? You go here. You're here. You go here. Who else is attacking but not supposed to? Ah. Go there. You go here. I think that should be it.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
이제 싱수에선 벗어났나?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bro, seriously? That's so funny. You're having voice lines. I'm half seasoned now, but I still got it. Why did I only notice that? Okay, no, I already said why. It's obvious.
역시 모가지를 분질러야 조용해지는
You go
저
here.
도야지
You
같은
go
새끼.
here. You here. All clashing. Go.
예측할 수 없게.
무, 타, 법을 이제야 좀 이해해.
Come on, Kira. Kira. Kira.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bro, seriously? That's your problem, Kira. You had a skill issue right there.
방심해.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
저기 보기 좋게 거미줄에 걸렸군.
Why are you struggling? Actually, we can have... No. You can do fluid sack to heal everyone. This one's clash, and then so I can do that. You is fluid sack. You Iki, who cares about the prescript?
이 전투는 승리할 거예요.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데. 너희 너무 얕잡아 보인 거 예측할 수 없게. 흔들렸군.
She doesn't say anything when they win clashes.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
한번에도 이제야 친해졌네요.
대박! 방금 잊었는데?
항상 저의 영감을
온
일깨워
요즘은 저도
주시는군요.
되잖아.
하지만
이럴 때딱
슬슬
씹어줘야 하는데.
몰리는군. 근처에 융수염이라는 군.
What's up there? You may speak to me casually, Araya, but in the presence of other apprentices, perhaps you should find it preferable to mimic the tone of the Dihui star. Come on, it's not like I wanted to be the Dihui star. Just let me do whatever I want while I'm here. Certainly, you have a point. I don't like you. I don't like Ryan. I swear, I want to try to like him because, like, I don't know. He just gives bad vibes for me. Like, forcing the role onto Araya that she has to be the DV star. Ugh, oh, I don't like it. I don't like him. So what's there? Up the stairs. I'm not sure myself. I've never been upstairs. Aren't you even a little curious? Why bother peeling back the heavens to see what is beyond? Those wanting of yearning needn't raise their heads skyward. Am I seeing Araya's memories? Clock, what did you see? I'm not sure, but now we've got another reason to check up what's upstairs. Let's go up! Go up! I'm losing my mind, oh my gosh.
모처럼 괜찮은 예술을 보나 했더니 벌써 애를 전부 채웠군.
Into oblivion in
방절
silence. Oh,
사고도
is this another
해야 할
battle?
뒤처리도
Oh,
없나.
okay. I don't care.
마침내
히 그도 신
예측할 수 없게.
짜증나는 시선이 매럽군. 앞으로 한 번만 태어난 곳을 기분
I wish there was a way to
나쁜
like disable the underleveled thing because I really don't care.
한숨 상황골과 24개의 늑골이 자아내는 티비아의 멜로디가
아무리 가르쳐줘도
아이씨,
매번
짜증나게.
이상하게 주려 말하더니 더 심해졌네.
Isang, what the heck? You know what? He deserved that.
필연적. 절대적. 좋아.
히
지령에게 불합리한 것은 없네.
그도 오이
Why
짜증나는
are you
시선이
doing this? Do that,
앞으로
do
한 번만
that,
더.
you
기분 나쁜 눈빛으로 내
Wow,
껌을
hopeless.
힐끔힐끔 쳐다본다.
do that.
그땐 예외 없이
Or,
모분다.
never mind.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색으로
흔들렸군. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 미래를 과거와 같이. 예전엔 그런 거 좀 치사하다고
How many
생각했지.
more enemies are there?
근데 그
10. Okay, so almost
LCD
halfway
였나?
done.
특색도 있는 거기. 그 사람들은 있는 거
You
없는 거 끌어모아 쓰는데도
switch
뭔가
here, this
멋있더라.
one. You are 5, so you can gain ego.
하고들 시간이다. 잔우에 가슴 가장 깊은 곳까지 박히도록.
아이씨,
엄마는
짜증나게.
무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그건 제일 뛰어난 게 아니야.
무타 법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
What? Okay. Who cares? Let's go!
몸덩이였어.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Oh my god. Yes. Yes. No. 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 Thank you. Thank you.
이거 공감 맞지?
Finally.
아무튼 슬램!
That was so weak. Oh. My god.
앞으로 둘
Thank you for killing someone.
가만히 남았어도
Thank you, Kira, for this dagger.
쯤은
속삭.
보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
어때? 사람을 단축.
Okay.
보기 좋아지지
What is
않나?
this? Paddleology. Sure, why not?
재밌겠는데?
아이씨, 짜증나게.
이게 심장이 장난처리 됐기에
Oh my gosh. It's fine. It's fine as long as she doesn't stab her.
한눈 팔지 마세요. 메말은 당신에게 파도는 반드시 밀려올 테니.
바이올렛, 브레이크 슬랩!
지리멸렬
Are you gonna do the thing?
원치 않게 받은 선물.
He's gonna do the thing.
때가 있지. 엄마와 같은 색으로 갈아끼워.
Can someone take over?
네,
Okay,
의아하지.
let's do it for yourself.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 차!
격정의 마음을 모방하겠어.
Go for it, I guess.
유쾌하게 그저 선택받았어. 자연 종료.
이제 싱수에선 벗어나고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
제가 연구원이라고? 뻥치지 마. 어디 회사에서 출신 루키를 이렇게 짱박아둔 건 아니고.
기운 갖고 있으면 좋겠구려.
I'm out.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로 어중간한 예술을 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
좋은 심장이
대박.
Yay! Okay, that was surprisingly entertaining.
많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
콘쯤은 줘도 되잖아.
언젠가
이럴 때
Kind of a let. This looks like they're all on CG. Spiders! Are those spiders? Are those actual spiders? But this looks like they're all in CG. I've seen. I haven't finished Runa, by the way. I haven't even continued it. You'll know my progress in Runa when I post about it on my YouTube posts, because I play it in my free time. Whoa, okay. Kind of a letdown when they were body blocking the door like there was some big secret behind it. Right? Looks like just any other average family home. Oh man, I get cleaning up's a chore, but peeps could at least dust our home once in a while. The thick layer of dust covering every surface and the blotchy wallpaper made it clear that no one's been living here for a good while. Whichever family lived here must have had a child. Look, there are drawings, and dolls too, though it seems like the place has been abandoned for quite a long time. Could this be a back door? Like, to Rian's house? And then it just happens to look like Roland's room? Or is this actually Roland's room? I feel like it's gonna be just a copy. Like he copied the layout or whatever. Like go to this house. Like Hermes was like, oh, you should go to this house and then make this room a room, and then it should look like this or something. I don't know. Could something bad have happened here? Yeah, something must have happened in here that caused the family to flee, and they never got to return. Yeah, lots of evidence suggested that. The open door, the single shoe just lying around. So someone fled home for some reason, never to return. I don't know, it's kind of hard to narrow down the cause. It really could have been anything. Okay. I could have said my thoughts on this. if I was emotionally stable enough to read through Roland's not Roland Rian's passives, but I was not. So I don't know anything. Are you searching for something in particular, Roshu? Oh, I just saw in the corner it says Rian's home. Bruh. Yes, but it doesn't seem to be here. Every framed photo is singed beyond recognition, and whatever documents there were have been torn to shreds. Kinda like my memories. So this wasn't where he escaped to, huh? The next-door's father, Rian, the last time you saw him, he fled the house via the corridor after suffering a severe wound at Roshu's hand. If by some miracle he survived, there's a chance he'd come after Roshu again, but he drilled a spoon. He drilled a spoon in his head. Something about our last encounter led me to believe that it was the last time Ryoshi would ever see him. It's a child's drawing of the sea. Do you recognize this drawing? I found myself hoping to see Ryoshi piece together another memory. She'd been recalling new details all day whenever something caught her attention. Sadly, she responded by softly shaking her head. No, I don't. Probably because this is not her drawing, it's Rian's kid's drawing. The unnamed child. You! Shut up! Oh, wait, the thread! The thread's back! Sangria! No way. Is this Pinky? It's hard to tell because it's a little sideways. And it's Araya. Is that Araya? You know, I'm so pissed. I don't want him here. You're going in the backup. Shut up. Sorry. I'm so aggressive towards him. After leaving Rian's quarters, we explored the index corridor for a while, but didn't find anything that could help piece Roshi's memories back together. The corridor of the Pinky Nurse Father. Great work. Now that leaves just the Pinky Nurse Father's corridor. But that room didn't have any back doors for us to explore. There are countless more in the adjacent corridor, but our guideline makes it difficult to delve into each and every one of them right away. Which means that our work here's done. Thank you for your assistance, Dante. Ah, okay. Glad we could help. Dante replies they're happy to have been of assistance. Well then, it's been a pleasure. After a brief round of handshakes, Alan returned to the forward base. He probably should have done the same, but... Want to take a look around here anyway? Sure. As we had more business here than simply checking the doors, we decided to stay a little longer and investigate the Pinky's corridor. The Pinky Nurse Father's room had a peculiar structure. Each door we opened led to a room identical in shape to the previous one. What? And even though I was certain we traversed quite a few rooms, we somehow found ourselves back at the starting point. What? There are some small design differences between each room that help to tell them apart, but it's difficult to tell which is which unless we look really hard at every detail. Where are we now? The kitchen? How do you know that? I've been here before. Someone ghosted me after promising to watch Fixer clips together, so I thought I'd come visit. Run! Holy crap, wait, I'm feeling a lot right now. Okay. Okay, wait, I need to digest this. The room's loop. Oh my god, wait, and we went from... What? The room's loop. Oh my god. Oh my god? That would have driven me insane. What the heck? Okay, Ren. it's someone y'all have met too, I think. It was, must be another one who was severed by the Arayashiki. Damn, you might be right. His name is Ren, the Pinky Apprentice. I TikTok, but no one here really seemed to have anything to say to that. I suppose that only makes sense, after all. His existence registered to no one here but me. So when you said back at K-Corp that you'd cooked before, you were talking about this, huh? Yep. I used to perform an intense culinary artistry here. Your scabbard's shaking. The reviews were glowing. One of them was yum, meaning, yeah, unbelievably mouth-watering. The scabbard, Arai, was defiantly shaking from side to side in a valiant effort to deny Roshi's claim. Must have been pretty damn bad, huh? I'm having a hard time believing her if you ask me. What did you usually make? Box lunch. Box lunch that kids might bring to grade school, with sausages cut like octopuses and tamagoyaki. Bro. Oh my god. A bit simple to be intense culinary artistry, don't you think? Didn't you know? There's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry. I want octopus sausages, tamagoyaki, and... Why are we making sausages out of an octopus? No, I mean sausages cut like octopuses. And why are we cutting saugus? Saugus? Wait, I need to screenshot this. Oh my god.
Cause it's adorbs, that's why.
Something like this?
What's that?
She's not censored! Also, what the heck is that? Sausage carved into an octopus shape. Didn't miss a single suction cup.
Come on, he didn't mean like a real-life octopus. It's gotta be adorbs, Kay?
Isn't it all the SD once it goes down the gullet? Why is this so important?
But, Mommy, there's nothing like a school lunchbox rivalry.
IDU.
Huh? You're doing your weird acronyms again, aren't you?
It means I don't understand.
That's when you said, I don't know, Mom, SMH.
These must be some of the happiest memories Roshu and Araya shared. The sinners, me and Araya, even as a scabbard, could imagine or recall them in full. But for Ryoshu, the most important part of those memories remained sliced away. Still, if we can continue to piece more and more of our memories together by going over these places... Hold on. Wait, no, I should have screenshotted when Araya was still there! No! Do you want to check out what's upstairs too? As soon as I asked, however, the sinner's footsteps came to a simultaneous stop. Actually, wait. Before we get into that topic, my mom also used to make me box lunches. Like, there was one time she came back from Japan and then she bought a bunch of bento stuff. So, one day at school, I had, I don't remember what I had exactly. I just remembered I had rice shaped like a bunny. And then I thought it was too cute to eat. But then I still ate it anyway. Okay! Okay. I don't know if you heard that, but my mom's here too. She's been here with me, like, in recording.
I wasn't listening kanina and then I heard about but you're suddenly
Anyway, yeah, my mom's here with me. She's been with me since recording of or streaming of Kanto 9. She's just not listening. Okay, back. Wait. Hang on, Clockhead. Don't open the door just yet. I looked back and found Kira and Heath poised to fight, hands on their weapons. This way, manager. I'm sorry. And Marcel, to realize what that indicated, yanked me to the back of the line. And in mere moments... So there was someone guiding those whelps. Figures they'd send more than fodder to the House of Spiders. Stinks of wet dog. The claws of a massive paw slashed through where we had just been standing. Hello! Wolf mask? It really is, as Maestro Emile Benoit said. This place is already occupied. If you would be so kind as to help me with directions. Is this where Master Callisto's art is located? No, you're in the wrong place. The question came from a woman who appeared from one of the doors that led to a different corridor. She was wearing a wolf mask, and unlike the Favis who we had encountered thus far, she seemed to make it a point to speak and act with decorum. The subtle hint of violence in her voice quickly betrayed this air of false civility. Are you sure you're right? At the right address, lady? I can't read. Robolong's stuff ain't in this part of the house. Find a different corridor. Yes, I am aware. But I'm not here looking for his creations, which are easily mistaken for mass-produced garbage. I could feel her intense gaze even though her face was obscured by the mask. There was no doubt her eyes were bearing down on Ryoshu. Suddenly I was reminded of what Rian said moments before he fled through the corridor. We let them observe us too freely. What? What is that? The Favis got to confirm of important intel, including the fact that the House of Spiders has fallen, and that Ryoshu currently has possession of the Arayashiki. They want Ryoshu for themselves, whether she's completed or not. Ryoshu as she is now. Isn't that intriguing for once? My name is Rufo. Whoa! Yoshihide, the blade coveted by the Five Fingers, Master Callisto's final and posthumous masterpiece. As a docent of Falvism, please allow me the honor of escorting you to our gallery. Do I want to? Don't see the point in hanging out with people in those unesthetic AM. As expected, Ryoshu declined Rufo's request with a curt reply, and Araya too rattled angrily at the docent's general direction. And I'm afraid my only remaining option is to rely on our usual method of ushering. How are our odds? I don't know. She's probably tougher than me at my maxed out stats. Really?
The shape of her wings suggests that she is a docent of the school of Falvism. Her position is comparable to that of the capo of the thumb, or a big sibling of the middle.
Verily, that maketh her a foe who may surpass even Ricardo's might, or with a stroke of ill fortune even Lei Hung. Doubt she's anywhere near as strong as Lei Hung. Our chances are ho-hum. Half or more? I like those odds. Half of half or more. Dude, really? Outmoded. Has-been. Why seek out the art of a has-been after all this time? It was a decision met with much confusion from the outset. To entrust such a momentous project in the hands of one such as Callisto, why, everyone agrees that it is less foolish than casting a pearl before swine. And they were quite on point with that assessment. His word, recovered from the house, were more tools than art, the sort that the likes of workshop meisters might assemble. No self-respecting maestro would create such mundanities and call them art. Now I must ask for your forgiveness for presuming that you would be no different from the rest of his work. But what I observed above this room completely changed my perspective. The scorched corridor, the verity in which you've scarred the walls and the floor, as though a frenzied beast has torn through them. There's but one tool that could possibly have left such marks behind. At least you've got a passable eye for art. Yoshihide, I ask you, have you ever considered pursuing art of a further elevated beauty? It'll be an experience that departs from the dilapidated remnant that dubs itself corporism, a movement so constrained by its obsession over the human corpus, that once it had depleted all meaning it had to offer, it began piling on empty definitions onto itself. Falvism is a movement that has broken from the traditional mold, unfettered like a beast that roams free. We dare ourselves to ask questions that challenge the mind. What is man? What are things? What does it mean to trace the origin? How do you define which we call le fauve? What? These are the subject matters that have led us fauves into the field of fertile creativity. Should you, a wielder of that relic, enter the fold of our movement, it will layer your work with such an unrelenting spectrum of colors that it will be destined to leave an unforgettable impression in the annals of history. In other words, what we can offer you will be of much greater worth than what you may have learned from a teacher like Callisto. Never considered him my teacher, not a real one anyway. Finding beauty among the carnage of blood and flesh is a lesson I learned on my own. And yes, I know enough about your movement. Maybe I considered some of the works created by your school acceptable, at least among the Rings art. Or not, I can't remember. Then, will you? But I don't know. I don't know what makes your art more elevated than the one I pursue. The one you pursue? Didn't the site you claim to have seen clue you in? Oh, it did. I do understand. Your art may appear to be no more than unchecked chaos at a glance, but upon closer observation, it reveals a fierce dominant force that threads the entire scene together with its keenness as the connecting suture. Your blade work, too, shows much multi-layeredness. Mere keenness often entails mundanity, yet you have transcended such a limit by scorching the tail end of each slash. Truly a unique aesthetic sense. I believe I've sufficiently understood the full extent of the artistic merit imbued in that scene. She's pissed! No, you didn't. Lesser painters like you are such mediocrities that they fail to recognize the beauty that lies in the grotesque. They do little beyond painting the hell reflected in their eyes and call that shallowness hell's beauty. Hell's green! The sorrow condensed into a cry held in an instant, wrath unbound from the yoke of reason, the fading gleam of despair in the hewn. You give no thought to what each of those emotions signifies. Instead of obsessing over the cursory qualities of what is beheld, let me teach you otherwise. Pay attention, because I won't afford you another long-winded lesson. Russia readied her scabbard. Pointillus, Favis, Suprematus, Blaurators. I don't know pronunciation. Cubists. I visited my share of the Rings galleries, heard their commentaries, but none of them were to my liking. Your art is an overcomplicated pile of definitions buried under symbols, caked in patchworks of empty shells. You and your art both talk too damn much. Just like Callisto's, kept trying to take from other movements, forcing meaning where there was none. Excess is easy, anyone can do it. What's beyond most is making it succinct, the art of abbreviation. Alas, if all is one by one abbreviated away, nothing remains in its absence, making the void left behind completely bereft of meaning. No, the void is what remains, and it holds things that can't be found anywhere else. What's this? A minimalist manifesto? No, my aesthetics go beyond pursuit of simplicity. I pursue the natural germination of artistic immaculacy, a state of perfection wherein further abbreviation is an impossibility. Sangria. A bit abstract, isn't it? Too removed, too plain, with a distinct lack of any meaningful, striking qualities. What exactly is it that elevates your art above that of Fauvism? Painters. We're the stubborn sort that mere words can't convince. Indeed, there is no discipline more subjective than that of art. Discourse concerning its nature may extend for days on end, but it will not change the fact that unseen arts are meaningless, pretentious illusions at the end of the day. Then I suppose I'll have to carve it right into your eyes. Please do, though I'm afraid it may be overshadowed by the sheer vibrancy of my aesthetics. I, a docent of Lefauvism, shall personally welcome you to my critique session. Okay! Okay, when right, never mind. This one's a 4, so Ryoshu. Is there anything special with her?
쏠 거라면 미리 말해라.
No, there isn't.
저번처럼 말없이 쏘면
I don't see anything new in there.
또 검집으로 쳐내버릴 테니.
This one is towards Albina. She's struggling, that's fine. This one's also Albina, that's fine. This one's towards Kalis. No, that's Roja. Struggling, okay, I'll take it. Struggling, still struggling. Fine, you go here. Fine, you go there. And you go there. Okay, your favorite now. Then, Claire, you go somewhere else. Okay, you just go there, I guess.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
거기서는 왼쪽으로 가서 그렇지! 좀 치는데!
Go, Kira. Ow! I hit the table.
좋아, 실용이겠다.
Actually, wait, I should read her passives.
목숨을 거두려
Oh.
머리를 베었어야지.
We have protection and heal. Okay, so we have to kill. We're getting hit by a skill that has one attack. Wait, if there's an ally to take the attack instead of 2 times her turn is an assistant attacks. Okay! Intrinsic of the outward appearance of each animal is a distinct purpose. Nueless Favs are the ones who awaken and express the ferocity of those we called wild beasts among them. Okay. So I want to get rid of students. If we can. Cool, how do you do that? You're clashing. No, wait. No, Kira, what are you doing? Okay, you're clashing the middle one. You're good. You do that. You're struggling.
시연합니다.
어중간한 예술은 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
운명적인
나이스.
지금 완전 삼촌들이랑 공호대 같았어.
이거 공감 맞지? 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
Okay, this is definitely the person Rodio's ID is from. Go Kira! Yes, good job.
가만 남았어도 이 정도쯤은. 임파스터.
Whoa!
조토.
Allow me to taste some of that which you call aesthetics. Target fixed, okay. Target fixed on Albina. Go there. This one's on Claire. It's on Roja. Ishmael. Sora. You're struggling. Okay, we're gonna have to go against Prescript. Ryoshu, and then Honglu. Go.
재밌겠는데? 자세에 틀림은 없군.
아이, 짜증나게.
Almost staggered.
펜.
대박! 방금은 감지였는데?
Hmm.
아이씨. 이러면 저도 되잖아.
One.
이럴 때딱 씹어줘야 하는데.
No? Did he heal? Well, I'm confused.
이번 소재는
Okay. That's not good.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 보여드려야겠군요. 왜냐면 예술을.
More students, okay.
역시
Okay, this one's a
모가지를
3. This one
건질러야
is Ben Claire.
저
That's
도양지
Kira.
같은 새끼가.
Nope. Ben Claire. This one's a 4 actually. This one. Actually, Kira? Okay, someone else take over that. This one's Kira Ishmael. This one's Honglil. Okay. One is missing. It's on Ryoshu, it's fine.
예측할 수 없게. 저의 뼈를 끈이 잡고 저의 살로 채우는 외면의 예술.
이제 스윙스에선 벗어났네.
대행 완료.
제 행위. 그렇다. 무상. 탕탕. 살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아가라.
Can she please just stagger? Please.
이어
아이씨, 짜증나게.
She's fine.
어릴 때
Sorry, my
몰랐어.
nose suddenly got stuffy.
왜 엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도 못 섞게 했는지. 그 외부 강사들 손가락 안에서도 내로라 하는 실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
이 전투는 승리할 거예요. 엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 검이었고. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
감옥 확보
Please tag her. Oh my gosh.
가끔 질릴 때도 있지만 역시 늘 먹던 맛에서만
What?
느껴지는 도파민이 있다니까.
Egos, I guess? Shoo. She can't use Thorakagia. It's fine. She'll be fine.
예측할 수 없게. 아이, 짜증나게. 아프잖아. 크리티컬? 거기서 그렇게 맞으면 다 먹는데. 빨리 리타이어 시키는 게 그냥
Oh my god! Cutscene? Oh, phase 2 probably.
어떻게 목숨은
jeez. Oh god.
여기서 반전 없이 다 쓸려버리는 노잼 전개
Go for
보여주는
it.
건 아니지? 빨리 끝나면 오늘 할 거 졸라 없다고. TV 돌려줄 거야? 아니면 잘 좀 해봐. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
그래도 언제나 추월할 수는 없으니까.
세 번 베어낸다. 과거를 1000번 단조하여 베어내. 미래에서 1000번 거슬러 찢은 찰나의 일수. 다시 1000번 끊어. 상징다의 색깔.
나무와 함께 베어 넘겨드리죠.
Just die already, please.
긁어 신.
I need to heal.
짜증나는 시선이 늘었고.
Why are you struggling?
앞으로
Okay.
한 번만 더. 기분 나쁜 눈빛으로
Okay,
내
favorite.
손을
We can
힐끔힐끔
work
쳐다봐.
with that.
그때
Who else was
예외 없이
struggling? I don't remember.
분이다.
Why are they struggling all of a sudden? Okay, you know what? Whatever.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로. 일수지 가져갈래요.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
기록에 따라 당신을 반드시 집행하겠습니다.
바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
거기서 지켜보시죠.
Okay. Not good, but it's fine. She is halfway down.
공감 맞지? 필살 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램.
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라. 그만큼은
Oh.
못하지만 지켜주지 못해 미안하다는 말만
Oh.
공허한 말도 없을 거야. 그 말은 결
What if?
지켜내지 못했다는 뜻이거든.
Struggling. Great. Neutral. I'll go with it.
재밌겠는데?
No! It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine.
이제
See, they're
어떻게
fine.
시시한 말을 하지 마.
이 정도는 죽음이겠지만
They're fine. Mostly.
이쯤
해야 할 일은
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지
I don't know what I'm doing.
저의 뼈를 금을 잡고 저의 살로 채우는 외면의 예술.
Go, Kira. She doesn't have another stagger bar. 900.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Hana. It's fine.
두려우신가요? 다시야.
It's fine. Oh, she's on the road. Oh, no, she's still alive. Perfect. Hello. I know, Araya. I did horribly. But it's fine. It's fine, right? Totally. Huh. Yay. Wowzer, she's hopeless.
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지
It's fine. Everything's
이
fine.
소리는 무엇이라 생각하시오?
I'll come out alive somehow.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
Bang bang doesn't work. Oops.
볼증을 잘 시간.
Yeah, just kill her already. It's fine. Thank you. Okay, Kira! Wow, Kira, you're doing amazing! Oh yeah, you can kill her too.
보이지도 잡히지도 않겠지만 그 사슬.
Let's go!
그대는 어디까지 가고 있을지
Never mind! Why did it say dominating when it actually wasn't? Rokia, I think it's your time to shine. I think you're gonna be part of the LCB now. Oh. I forgot.
내가 두는 휘스만 똑바로
It's
들었어도
fine.
실패는 안 했을걸?
No, Araya.
내 말 안 들을 거면 왜 이런 거 시킨 건데?
파우스트는 그저 당신과 친해지고 싶었을 뿐이었는데
Okay. Fine, I'll bring
예술이
Rian
끝나버리는
back
건가요?
in the first set.
녹슨 총의 날카롭.
전시
Oh,
준비는
wait.
완벽하답니다.
You're only level 50, that's why. There. Happy.
녹슨 총의 날.
내 작...
전시 준비
이 떨림,
대상 확인
이 떨림.
부름이라면 기쁘게 나서죠.
Oh, I am forgetting Honglu. Wait. No, that's correct.
전시 준비
이 떨림.
대상 확인했어.
왔군.
부름이라면
Okay, go.
이번에 읽어줄 동화책은 이것으로.
치사하게 자기 혼자 사기 버프 둘둘 감고. 너흰 저런 거 없어? 아? 없다고?
This one,
그럼 어쩔 수
switch.
없긴 하지.
This one. Actually, no. Who cares? Go.
어디에서도 볼 수 없을 색채로
태어난 곳으로 돌아가라.
거기서는 왼쪽으로 가서. 그렇지. 치는데.
오, 제 행위. 그렇다.
아이씨, 짜증나게. 임파스터. 요새
She speaks in like English, or the equivalent of it at least. Okay, no one's... Okay, everyone's good. No one's struggling. Gosh, I'm having a hard time talking because of a stuffy noise. I don't know why it's only happened.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
어중간한 예술. 물어뜯어 고칠 수밖에.
방금은 좀 쩔었는데.
Bruh. We're so close, Ishmael. She has one voice line. Okay, I think it should be in reverse if I'm correct. Yep, it is. Sway forward. Actually, here it should be. Okay, that's struggling. You switch to an eco. You're struggling. Now you're hopeless. Okay, fine. You evade. You're hopeless too. Okay.
예측할 수 없게.
이게 심장이 잠깐 저릿대.
아이씨, 짜증나게.
He'll be fine. Maybe. A bit underwhelming, bro. That's you.
환락에 삼켜지기 전에.
Man, I haven't used that ego in so long. She'll be fine. Oh my god.
내가 공포팀을 내자고. 특별히 보여줄게.
실용에겐 불확실한 것은 없네. 왜 엄마가
Everything's clashing. Okay, we're good.
파고들 시간이다. 잔왜.
손가락 안에서도
Thank you.
내로라는 플래카드였을 거야. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 혹은 더 대단한 기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줄 거야.
God, Rodia. Wait, does Rodia have the mask on? Whoa. How did that happen?
이 정도쯤은 레이크.
탕.
Come on. Yay.
대행 완료. 미래를 과거와 같이.
자세에 틀림은 없군.
Blue attack? Blue attack. Go with the blue attack.
하고될 시간이다. 잔무에.
이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램! 엄마는 무기라면 뭐든 잘 다뤘어. 그중 제일 뛰어난 게 아니었어. 아이씨, 짜증나게.
Blue attack. Yes.
이 전투는 승리할 거야.
무타법을 이제야 좀 이해했고.
셋째. 무어몽주.
어릴 땐 몰랐어.
Okay, it's doing the thing
왜
again.
엄마가 삼촌들이랑 말도
Hopeless.
그 외부 강사들.
I'll try to avoid
손가락
egos if I
안에서도
can.
실력자들이었을 거야. 너희가 보여준
I do need a fluid sac.
혹은
Do I
더
need it now
대단한
though?
기술을 매번 엄마에게 가르쳐줬거든.
I can't use it. Okay. I'll evade. Yeah.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
모든 걸 걷어들일 수 없었어.
Because Pals, Radia, and Sinclair are my only healers.
아이, 짜증나게.
Bruh.
속에서 단내가 침.
퇴장 시간이 되었다. 그럼 안녕히.
항상 저희 영감을 일깨워 주시는군요.
Almost. She is staggered. I think overkilled this song, but it's okay.
이 스며들 듯한 비. 우산이 새지는 않겠소.
Besides, it's for the sloth damage boost if I recall correctly.
뜻을 해금하겠네.
예술적이네요.
And then she heads to a second phase after being staggered.
내가 담배를 다 태우기 전까지 일어나지 않아.
Okay, win rate.
죽었다고
No,
생각하고
that's not okay.
뭐
Leave
해주지.
Kira be. Is there anything clashing reigns? No, there isn't. Okay, that's not good. Dominating. That's nice. It's nice that it's hopeless. It's clashing Roshu. This one's clashing. Fast, okay, that's fine.
예측할 수 없게.
As long as it's not Roshu.
이 전투는 승리할 거예요. 아이씨, 짜증나게. 차! 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 이거 공감 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
I'm cooked.
아비 교환.
요새 일 말곤 할 게 없어서 그런가 자꾸 대기 타게 된단 말이지. 해결사 영상 보는
Okay,
거랑 좀
you're
비슷한
fine.
느낌도 있고.
Callisto, you're not.
그러니까 이건 좀
Oh my gosh,
재밌었구나.
you're. Okay, you evade. Oh, that's struggling. Oh, that's struggling. You're struggling. You're struggling. Favored, I'll take it. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Never mind. Go.
감상은 어떤가요?
일사전 가져갈래요. 아이씨 짜증나게.
I need my fluid sac next turn. Yes.
살고자 하는 모든 것들과 함께 무덤으로 돌아.
She's almost staggered. She's past the stagger line. I need a fluid sac so badly.
앞으로 둘.
여기라!
바이올렛 브레이크 슬랩.
Nice.
엄마가
Okay,
검을 들고
fluid
나갈
sac.
때마다
Perfect.
내가
Perfect,
정말
perfect,
고마워.
perfect.
엄마가 돌아오지 않는
Do I want it to be the clashing?
너희는
The
어떠냐?
one clashing though?
무사히
What?
돌아올까?
No, it's neutral.
아니면 엄마처럼
What can I use instead? Sure.
감상은
연기.
어떤가요?
자, 빌어보세! 이 돌이 기꺼이 그대에게 가서 맡기를!
아이씨 짜증나게.
No one staggered, hopefully?
쟤 뒤진 게
Who
아니라
died?
쓰러진 뒤로 자고 있는데?
Oh.
누가 좀 치워야 하는 거 아니야? 카메라 앞에서 걸리적거린다고.
It's fine, keep going. Actually, wait, can Rian take over? Never mind, he... Speed! Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
떠올랐어요.
Go, fluid sac.
이
Goodbye,
전투는
Roshu. It was nice knowing you. I should have said it to you the previous turn, but it's fine. Better late than never. Okay,
활나게 삼켜지기 전에
this gets her binds, right? Oh, offense level down. Okay. $178.
거기서 지켜보시죠.
$900.
소리와 호흡을 멈추고.
$850. $700. $717. $700.
임파스터.
Furioso.
하지만 이런 시시한 전투에도 긴장감을
Why is his
불어넣어줄
speed
비장
so
예술이
low?
하나
6-7.
재밌겠는데? 박수가 있으면 언제 보낼 생각이지?
이번 소재는 거기보다 사납네.
이제 한 사람의 상황볼과 24개의
Six,
늑골을
seven.
자르는 티리아의
Okay, I'll
멜로디가
stop.
당신이었군요.
Goodbye, Honglu.
저를 보여주니까.
아프잖아.
Oh, okay. That's not good. It's fine. He'll survive.
격정의 마음을 모방하겠소.
Now here we go. 열이었어.
제한 종료.
I expected more. Kira, help. Thank you.
딸아이도 이 상처를 기억하고 있으면
다
좋겠구려.
Last one, right?
다음은 시계의 고통과 함께 살
Oof,
이게
okay. That cannot work. But if we use blind obsession, never mind. What if we use X-nail? No, that's not gonna work. It's gonna clash directly, immediately. What can I use? I can't. Why? Oh right, I used it in Mirror Dungeon. Serious? That is my bad. X-nail? No. Oh, it's at. It's struggling. This is literally just the last bit. And it clashes immediately, so like... Okay, what if? I have an idea. Just guard. Yeah, that'll totally work. Totally.
영감이 떠올랐어요.
If they survive.
다시야.
이제 어떡하지 같은 시시한 말은 하지마. 그
I'll be fine. It's just 152 HP.
해야 할 일은 밥
I didn't check the turn count.
아이, 짜증나게.
Oh my gosh, 57. 40.
이거 건강 맞지? 야! 필살! 바이올렛 브레이크 슬램!
Oh, it's over.
지금처럼 엄마와 함께 이곳저곳을 다니며 많은 기억을 쌓아줘.
It's over.
언젠가
I probably didn't hit EX.
그
It's
중에서
fine.
가장
It's over.
멋진 곳에 나를 데려갈 수 있게.
완벽하게 수행되었지 않은가?
Oh, I did!
하지만
I
아직
hate you. I hate your Rian song.
그렇다면 여전히
Oh, the objective was just to clear it.
아무것도 인가.
Oh, okay. Oh. Oh! Oh! Are we gonna get murdered? I have please, 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 please. See? You're already looking much better with those superfluous animal parts removed. You're serious about founding your own movement. I already answered that. But you'll need time. Under the Pavis wing, at least you can fully cultivate your movement. Perhaps... I don't suppose words have any meaning now. The docent raised her giant arm as though to strike us in her final act of defiance, then slammed it down upon the door we entered through instead. All I can do is buy time for... Mid-sentence, the docent suddenly went limp like a marionette whose strings were cut. Dead. And here I thought at least her last words were going to be succinct. Thus we are made foes with yet another finger, the ring. Let's not doom and gloom already, fellas. We beat an officer of the Fingers all on our own for the first time, didn't we? I say this is a pretty definite win. All on your own, huh? Come on, bro. I was fighting my ass off out here.
Gregor has a point. The outcome of this battle would not have changed by a significant margin even if you had not been here, Kira.
Nah. Kira carried me, like, during the battle. Do not underestimate Kira. This is more like it. We won't have to freak out over a mere BB anymore long as we're with Clock. Huh, don't start congratulating yourselves for achieving the bare minimum. Those who celebrate over so small an occasion don't deserve to stand beside the executive manager. Well, I guess this isn't as impressive at all to people who used to be much stronger, like Otis or Don Quixote. Prithee, speak not such folly, for the joy of my compatriots is mine own. Have you any inkling as to why she might have, in her final moments, elected to demolish the door? Right? It's not like we've a shortage of doors in here. Are we really debating the logical thought process of someone who was 2 seconds away from dropping dead? Come on, let's get out of here so we can bring everyone else up to date. Didn't I just leave the room? Israel walked out through the door we'd entered through and appeared from behind us. I hate this place. Oh shit, where'd the exit go? Don't tell me the exit changes every time someone walks through it. No, can't be that easy. I am barred from enjoying the fresh air of the world outside. No longer free to travel the mountains and cliffs as my feet would carry me, as the other members of the Pinky are. I wish to no avail that I should be allowed to weave the delineations of wings and back streets. So this is what she meant. The back door through which we traverse is a passage to the corridor of the one called the Index Nurse Father. Cross the broken door we might. However, it avails us but a brief jaunt to the Pinky Nurse Father's azure corridor before it returns us to this room. Rooms now locked in a loop without a starting point. Won't matter what door we open. Is there anything we can do?
A rescue team will arrive in time. As this location adheres to the regular flow of time, unlike the warp trains, it will be approximately between a week or 2 from the present before we can return.
That's pretty long. Well, the first problem we're going to have to deal with is food. As far as I'm aware, we should be good to go for at least 3 days. Thanks, Radia. So let's...
I didn't bring any snacks.
It's not like we're here to walk into one of the Alcorp branches or dungeons, so... Yeah, makes sense. Looks like we're going to have to give this room a thorough search then. No need. If there's no exit, we can cut it on our own. What about the part where it cuts into your memories too? Deal with that yet? No, the sword. It still clears my memories with every slash. Don't know what memory I'll slice away this time, but it'll be something recent, or one I hold dear. Wait! Don't be so bloody rash about it! Other than me, no one but Heathcliff is still remembers the person he holds in the loving depths of his heart. Ever since the day of the Sepia Tempest, memory took on a special, precious meaning to Heathcliff. Heathcliff suddenly reached out and grabbed Roshi's arm. Though Roshi and Heathcliff's circumstances were undoubtedly different from each other, it was clear that Roshi's reckless attitude towards sacrificing her own memories triggered a sort of anxiety in Heathcliff. What? Didn't you hear? Them nerds will be in a week or 2 to get us out. Why don't we just keep that sword nicely in that scabbard and wait it out? The radio doesn't work. What if we went up to the rooftop and entered one of the doors up there? There are thousands of them.
Out of the question. By doing so, we will be putting ourselves at a greater risk. That of casting ourselves into the endless maze that is the corridor.
Okay, but we're dead meat if that brick wall of a maestro wanders into this room. That wolf lady's last words. Man, I'm seeing the flags. It's hella risky movie, yeah, but I think Yoshihide and her OP sword is our best bet. Right, but what if we got lucky and they find us in a day or 2? Quit freaking out, HC. They'll only be forgotten, not lost.
Well,
good memories don't tend to last very long. It's been a fun excursion, clock. I looked toward the scabbard, expecting it to rattle violently as it did earlier, but it remained still. The white blade soon reveals itself and cuts across the wall where the door used to be. Haraya! And naturally, the Haraya Shiki's blade cleaves through the wall. So does it Roshi's memories.
Aw, we are really getting somewhere.
The thin strands of Araya's image, which had begun to coalesce, slowly unraveled and fell apart once again. Even still, Araya released the blade without hesitation.
But it's okay. We'll try again. So,
conveying no resentment, no hatred, but a few words of consolation.
don't feel too bad.
As her voice faded into the gentle dark with Roshi's memories. Oh. Anaya? Ah, welcome back. Question. What exactly was the point of verifying every back door within the House of Spiders? Oh, Hohenheim didn't fill you in? Any information regarding these doors holds an enormous value for us, not to mention the higher-ups requesting us to reorganize the House of Spiders into a base of operations as soon as possible, even if we had to rush our work a little. Only speculating here, but I'm quite convinced that they're preparing for a conflict of sorts. These little pockets of absolute safety are extremely valuable during these operations, as you already know. Wait, stop right there. What? What conflict? What operation? Are you saying that your bosses are preparing for a war or something? N-Corp! It just feel like there wasn't enough alarm in his voice, considering what he's saying. Preparing for what? Not even trying to hide it anymore, huh? Did I say something wrong? Must you ask to know? I thought everyone already knew. I mean, it's an open secret at this point. L-Corp has already fallen. W-Corp is teetering on the brink of collapse. You call us the aspirant W-Corp. We call Limbus Company the aspirant L-Corp, meaning we have a shared goal. But unlike the dead and gone L-Corp, the current W-Corp is still kicking, despite its rapid decline in recent years. And as we all know, companies in the city aren't worth much unless they've got the military force to back them, right? It's only natural that a business conflict would lead to a physical one as well. This is just a mere team leader speaking though. Who knows what the higher-ups in our companies are thinking. Either way, much fruitful collaboration was had today. This will reflect pretty well in our performance metrics, and we didn't even suffer that many losses. I can safely say that you should expect a positive review from us regarding this collaboration. Yay! 5 stars! After saying our farewells to Alan, we returned to the forward base and shared with Hohenheim everything that's happened so far. Hohenheim and Foss both did not seem willing to discuss the subject of the looming conflict, so we instead decided to have Roshi's memory and sword re-examined. Oi, Hohenheim, results out yet? Not yet, assistant. I clearly remember telling you 3 minutes ago that it would take about 20 more minutes. Have you forgotten already? He talks too much. Roshi sounded irritated as she scolded Heathcliff, but I could sense a definite undercurrent of anxiety from the way she kept puffing her cigarettes to a stub at increasingly shorter intervals. See, I was right. See, I knew it. She takes 4 minutes. 4 minutes on a cigarette, if I recall correctly. Oh my gosh! Dante, thank you for noticing! This room might be more smoke than oxygen at this point. Mind slowing down a tad? You're practically fumigating the room with cigarette smoke. Then speed up, glasses. Gotta bounce as soon as I hear the results. Both of you need to learn to respect that things take time. Yes, time is indeed relative, but the fact that I have managed to complete an in-depth analysis of an item of such mystery in a single day is an incredibly fast turnaround and therefore deserves your appreciation. I've been attempting to rein in the more self-indulgent part of myself as of late, but I believe this achievement deserves to be elaborated upon. It is an evident truth that such a result could not have been replicable had it not been for my genius brain. Go out to the holidays and grab any passing researcher and tell them about my incredible turnaround time, and you will hear them say, "Whoa, done already?" And to that I will answer, STFU. Evidently tired of the two sinners alternating turns, hounding him for results, Hohenheim seemed to speed up the analysis and managed to hit the finish line much earlier than 20 minutes. Whoa, done already? Yes, there are times when test results are extracted earlier than the predicted time frame. Many of those instances are easily attributable to my genius at work. Then why aren't you saying anything? Give me the TR now. You did tell me to shut the fuck up, so I am attempting to observe the exact merits of doing precisely that. Oh, Araya! Ha! You think Yoshihide would ever use known acronyms straight? What if it's something like, she's that's a full day, unwind after work though? And your verdict on her interpretation? That is exactly what I meant. She's better than MTL in some ways. Wait, really? That's a full day, unwind after work though? That's so long. What? That's so weird. What? No, I think she's just trolling. She's just trolling. I don't think that's right. How she lies as she breathes. At that moment, I might have caught a glimpse of the scabbards rattling slightly atop the examination device, almost as though it were giggling. Very well, then I'll get right into it. First, the memory of the time she was complimented for her cooking had been erased. Oh! Huh? That's it? Hardly. Second, a name has been erased from her memory. Do you recall the name of the man who works with manager Assad? Effie! Effie? I would have asked in the past tense had it been him who I was referring to. Pilot! Glad Assad wasn't here for that. That kid, right. I don't remember his name. She forgot Pilot's name? That she did. Among other miscellaneously deleted memories are 172 hours of Don Quixote's tales of adventures and the types of food she fed to a seagull. No! The seagull! Fear upon it! The stout state that the memories most precious to young Roshu and me have been thrown into utter destruction? Look, Donkey, I'm not trying to be mean here, but that seems pretty acceptable, doesn't it? For the price of unsheathing a sword like that. If we're going by sheer volume, I wouldn't quite say its mileage is acceptable. It erased several days' worth of memories just for a single swing, didn't it? I mean, yeah, but they kind of sound like inconsequential memories, don't they? Greg and Heath forget stuff all the time. How's this any different? The seemingly inconsequential nature of these particular memories weren't achieved by sheer luck. In fact, it seems to have been impacted by the scabbard of the Arayashiki, or to be more precise, the power of Araya's ego. She can pick and choose! That's so. Yoshi looked down at the scabbard with an uncertain, hollow look in her eyes. All that remains of Araya in Yoshi's recollection is a blank space where the fragments of her existence used to be severed and removed again. While it takes a rather significant amount of time, the scabbard seems to be, yes, capable of selecting which of Sinner Roshi's memories are to be erased at the cost of using Arayashiki. Sounds like I should be grateful then. But Yoshi regards the scabbard with a conflicted look, as though to approximate the outlines of the void she left behind. Oh, so it's got like a cooldown timer? She can use it whenever as long as she gives it time to select the trivial memories? I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss them as trivial. The memory of time when you were complimented for your cooking. It was quite a precious memory, wasn't it? You performed an inverse calculation of the relic's cost. Yes, according to our measurements, the sword seems to factor in the weight of each memory when calculating the cost of wielding it. It's become rather clear that it takes more than light memories to properly wield it. So have her memories been restored?
As presumed, attempts to recall the erased being's existence have resulted in failure.
That is quite discouraging. But not all is lost. Simply by knowing that something used to be in that negative space, many things can still be reminisced upon. Like Ryoshi said, forgotten but not lost. Clock. You've just stepped foot into the world of sangria. She flashes the briefest of smiles, then scatters it away with a plume of cigarette smoke. Collecting the GB will restore it. What used to be here in the pockets of void in my heart, my one and only. Ryoshi's gaze traced the invisible and I can't read! The unperceivable. A few more days passed us by. We didn't spend those days idling. We visited Sodden Pilot in recovery. We did a few odd jobs here and there, like helping suppress a distortion containment breach caused by a new LCE hire. But with all the loose threads tied up, we managed to finally, after so long... Kind of feels like we're home again. Return to the bus. Wow, we've been in Hongwan for so long. Hey, Shichun, you better give us those, like, give us our citizenship. We've been here for too long.
Bus, sweet bus. The chair could use a little more cushioning, but there isn't anything like it without there.
Damn, this is your ride? Hella badass. Between the two individuals who are looking rather pleased at Kira's astonishment, Hohenheim squeezed through to warn us about some things to watch out for. I asked Team Leader Alan to set the coordinates somewhere as close as possible to the nest. Keep driving to the door and it will bring you right to an empty spot on a highway. Don't hesitate or hit the brakes, because if by any chance there's a car driving behind you, it'll crash into the bus.
Nods.
So what are you two doing here on the bus? Decided to join the better team, did ya? I must admit to a certain degree of interest in hearing of your exploits, but to accompany you through them is an entirely different manner, isn't it? I'm only here to adjust your coordinates. Speaking of which, just how did you manage to escape your confinement? I told them I had some stuff to help you with, and they let me out after making me scribble over some docs. Solitary confinement's hella boring, so I thought I might get some air. Might as well say goodbye to while I'm out and about, right? I see. Explain the fact that the new hires don't have any grudges against you. I thought I told them to impress upon the new hires that prisoners are to be treated as the exceptions to the... Alright. The person in charge of the training is currently checked into the long-term recovery ward. Our problem stemming from the shortage of manpower. I'd best include this in the report. Sounds like they're both here to see us go. Well done. Time for a valediction, I suppose. Perhaps I've grown far too used to seeing your faces. Saying goodbye doesn't come out as easily as I expected it to. Yeah, neither is it for me, because I recorded this event and the checkup bokkak almost back to back. So this was crazy. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna miss you, Hohenheim. You are an amazing character. Another day of reunion was awaiting the future.
I would appreciate it if such a reunion had a low probability of occurring.
While I am not very partial to mathematical statistics like the probability theory, I hope your prediction is dead right. Well done. Hey, Yoshihide. What? I wouldn't say we're family exactly, but... Listen, there's a lot of stuff I want to say to you, and a lot of stuff I want to hear from you, okay? So... SYL. Did I do that right? Acronymize it into L, and call me Ryoshu, not Yoshihide. Prefer the echoes of that name. Yoshihide. It also sounds better. Can you read it now? Yeah, but I prefer Yoshu. It sounds better. After a round of goodbyes, the two disembarked from the bus, and no sooner had the machinery clicked into place than the bus's wheels finally began to turn, bringing us closer and closer toward a blindingly radiant portal massive enough to engulf the bus whole. Well, off to our next destination, I guess. Alright, where are we headed next?
Donda inquires about the next destination, Virgilius.
Ha! Now that's more like it. Been too bloody long since I heard that question. Yeah, don't get too excited. When has the answer to that question ever led us to anywhere that's not downright bizarre?
Virgilius gave me a faint, knowing smile, as though to confirm Ishmael's pessimistic remark, then delivered a comment that sounded too light-hearted for its gravity. Downright bizarre, is it? Well, let me just say it's high time we face such a sight. Our next destination is District 14. In other words, Manager Dante, we are now en route to N-Corp. Kramer! So, we are going there after all. N-Corp. Plenty of faces there I'd rather not see. As the rest of the sinners voiced their various gripes and discontent with N-Corp, Marsault, who probably had the most amount of history with the wing, simply flipped open his newspaper like usual and began reading it with the same unchanging expression. As though for him, none of this changed anything.
Now departing. Dudum dudum.
With that, the bus resumed its journey to yet another tale. Okay. Oh, Lunashi. Wow, Lunashi. The thread. Oh my god, wait. Oh my gosh, the thread. Like here it started showing up because we are in the pinky corridor. It's Araya's thread because her color is blue. And she's the Sangria. Wait. It's all red, it's all red, it's all red, it's all red, it's all red. Now it's blue. Where did this come from? Came from here, right? Yeah, it's blue. Here. And then good memories. This is when she used Araya Shiki, and then it became thinner. And what the heck? That hurts. That hurts way too much. Well, at least I can get the cool event stuff. And these two, I suppose. My goodness. Okay, I'm going back to window
샌님이
and changing this. Well, not really all of it, just a bit of it. Yeah. Would that be appropriate? Good enough, I got. Oh, wait, maybe I can just put her there. And put this one here. There we go. Now they're all matching. It's balanced. Or I can make this the House of Spiders. Yeah. I have a lot of thoughts, but I'm very bad at putting them into words on the spot. So I will leave that to editing me to do that post video thing. I don't know how will that work. That's a problem for future me, because I still have other videos to edit. So yeah, that's her problem, my problem, future me's problem. Alright. Yeah, bye for now!